Feeling that cost of living crunch? Labara are here to help.
All I want is great customer service and network, but for less.
That's why Labara gives you 15 gigabytes of 5G data and unlimited UK minutes and text for just £10 a month. Plus, no contract, change or cancel anytime.
An excellent customer service.
So what's stopping you joining the bill-busting revolution? Labara. More for less.
Welcome everybody back to Bonesforge International Sports Centre here in Sheffield in the UK. We are here for day 3 of the Citi Para Swimming World Series meet, incorporating the British Para Swimming meet. We have had 2 great days of action so far, and we're looking forward to a great day 3. A number of the big names are in the pool this morning. My name's Paul Noble. I'll be taking you through the action for the heat session today, and joining me again, back for our second go at the commentary position, Ellie Simmons. Great to have you back, Ellie.
Morning. Yes, I can't stay away really. Paul is drawing me back, but yeah, ready for another day 3 of action, of fast swimming. We've got the 400 free, we've got the 200 free, the 50 fly, and I'm not going to lie, Paul, I think today is one of my favourite days. 400 free. I was always loved the distance events, so I'm excited for this one.
That was where you made your name, really, wasn't it? 400 freestyle. We were talking the other day about you coming back to Sheffield. Your very first world record swim was right here in the 400 free, wasn't it?
Yeah, way back in 2008 at the Paralympics for Beijing trials. So probably was this time of year, probably was April, in this pool in the outside lane next to Vari Love and Nairi Lewis. 400 free broke that world record. So for me, the 400 free has my heart, so I'm excited for this one.
Well, 400 free coming up a little bit later on. Here's our technical officials coming on to the pool side. Again, we spoke about the officials yesterday, some familiar faces that we see. We'll get the referees and technical delegate and the starters introduced very shortly. There's Jacob Krustat, lead technical delegate, Tony Ward and Christine Golightly. our referees. Jerry Metcalf and Mark Davis are the starters. And Sue Prasad's in the control room today, we hear.
Yes, she is. All these names are familiar names, have been around for years and years.
Yeah, and it's good to see them coming out every competition, supporting these athletes here. Of course, it's going to be heats all the way this morning, starting off with the 50 metres butterfly, 400 freestyles follow that, and the 200 freestyles will complete our session this morning. So we're looking like we're going on till probably about 1 o'clock, I think, Ellie. So it's going to be a long morning, so settle back, get comfortable, and enjoy some para-swimming. Well, we can see you're comfortable there.
Oh, I'm very
You're relaxed.
Yeah, very relaxed. I've got prime view, beautiful view of this swimming pool. So for me, I'm in my happy place, back in the pool, back watching some fast swimming going to be taking place. So I'm, yeah, very happy person this Saturday morning.
And of course, it's multi-classification all the way today, so we'll see a range of classifications in each of the heats. And we have had a few good swims on the first couple of days of competition. We had a world record, very last swim on day number 1. And yesterday we had 3 world records, and one of those world record holders is going to be here in the very first race of the morning.
Yes, she is. Santiago, can she get this world record this morning? She hasn't actually got an entry time in for this 50 metres fly, but the world record is held by the German, Elena, at 29.49. So do you think first day, well, first race of this morning, can we get a world record in the first heat? That would be quite good.
Maria Carolina Gomez Santiago has been on great form here at this World Para Meet, and she was also in great form at the second leg of the World Para Series last week in Italy. This, of course, the World Series is a series of 7, I think 8 events. I think one's just recently been added, and this is the third one of the leg. So we had Australia first a couple of months ago, we had Italy last week, and now we have got right here in Sheffield, and the swimmers going round the world competing in their para events. There are the swimmers for this very first one. Let's concentrate on the centre lane. I think this is where the action is going to go. It's Maria Gomez, Carolina Gomez Santiago from Brazil. She's an S12 swimmer with a visual impairment, and we are looking for somewhere like 29.49 as the world record mark. This could be very fast indeed, as Gomez Santiago comes to the centre of the pool, and she is stretching away from the others. Katie Pourette, Da Silva Ribeiro, Gomez Santiago, Nakada and Dervla Brady. Gomez Santiago now against the clock at the front of the field here. She's coming into the end. What a time this is going to be, and look at this, 29.21, and that is inside the world record mark. So again, a world record swim for Maria Carolina Gomez Santiago to start us off. Race number 1, world record number 1.
Wow, isn't that amazing? And I think that stroke that she had was incredible. It was beautiful to see. I think she only took 1 breath, near enough to the 15-metre mark. So she looked stunning all the way. Really, really strong swim to finish that wall in a world record. Wow, what a way to start off this Saturday.
Absolutely incredible start there for the Brazilian. 1:029 points. Of course, the points for the swimmers are the times for the swimmers are converted into points, with 1,000 points being equivalent to a world record swim. So if you see anything in excess of 1,000 points, that is an incredible swim, and this time a world record swim for Gomez Santiago from Brazil. In terms of the other points, Ellie?
So, yeah, other points, we have Nikadi, the Indian swimmer, 43.84 on 264, and then the Brazilian next to her, her teammate from Santiago, good points as well, on 607. So, yeah, great to see S12, S8, S6, S9 and S5. And it's great to see the French as well. They've brought a really, really good team over, and again, gearing up ready for the Paris Paralympics next year.
They certainly have. And we'll see the French swimmers as we go throughout the day. So, again, it's heats all the way, as we said. So the highest number of points will progress to a final tonight. we had 3 finals in some of the events. It depends how many entrants there are in the events, whether we have 3, 2, or just the 1 World Para Series final. So, but this one, I think, with 36 swimmers entered, I think we'll have 2 finals tonight in the World Para Series.
Finals. So, for me to remember the points tonight, I've only got 2 finals to do.
You've only got 2 finals to do yet.
But this is going to be action-packed. We've got Rose Webb. It was her first final last night in the 100 metres breaststroke, and she swam beautifully. And we've got Sumaya Bayaki as well, the Turkish swimmer.
Yeah, she's a big star in Turkey over there, right at the far end, as we're looking at it. So we've got just the lineup for this one. Looks like we have at least 1 empty lane. We have Kirsty Gibb from Kelso in 0. We have Sati Mondal from India, Maori Yui from Japan, Rose Webb goes in 4, Celine Sash from France in 5, Ida Corcoran in 6, Oksana Kukandakwe out in the lead for Uganda, Katerina Russell from Germany, and Sumai Boachi for Turkey in lane number 9. And a range of classifications, of course, so more numerical classifications mean that swimmers have more of an impairment. But Kukandakwe going really well at the front here. We'll watch out for the points total for the Ugandan. And she finishes in 411 points, 41.18. Very close for the swimmers following her. And it is, 4:55 for Boyachi, the Turkish swimmer. And there's the final swimmers on the near side coming into the wall. And we were talking about Kukandakwe earlier on, and Boyachi, weren't they? Some interesting stories there. The youngest swimmer in the Paralympic Games in Tokyo was Husna Kukandakwe.
Yes, she was. I think she was 12 or 14. But yeah, first youngest person in Tokyo, and yeah, amazing, and a Ugandan athlete as well. And here at this competition, and it's actually interesting. This at this competition, they're swimming. The fastest is in lane 9, and the slowest is in lane 0. Where actually normally it's spearheaded. So lane 4 is normally the fastest, and then it goes from 5, 3. So on. But yeah, the heats at the moment, they're doing fastest in lane 9 to the slowest in lane 0. So yeah, it makes it quite interesting, doesn't it?
Well, you got almost a diagonal line across the pool. If everybody swims according to their seeding time, you're going to have a diagonal line right across the pool from lane 9 right at the top of your picture as we're looking at the races going ahead down to lane 0 right at the bottom. So still waiting for confirmation of that result. We did have 1 swimmer who didn't show for the start, so they won't be registering a time, but Kukandakwe, the youngster, swam well there, 41.18.
Yeah, that's 12 seconds faster than her entry time. Ooh.
Well, we do have some disqualifications there. 3 disqualifications. Swimmers in lane 0, 1 and 9 disqualified in that one. We haven't seen that many disqualifications in the first couple of days of competition. We've seen a few, but the butterfly events sometimes throw up some more DQs, and we've seen that early on. Heat 3 going now. Yao Kuan, Georgia Howell, Abigail Wickens, Iona Winifrith, the youngster. She goes in lane number 3. She had a good day yesterday. It's a Paralympic medalist in the S5 class. Cheng Zhao in 4. Mamabi Makwasa in 5. Ella Litton-Jones in 6. Lu Dong, the world record holder, in the S5 class in 7. Miri Jean Mack in 8. And Leah O'Connell in lane number 9. Well, it looks like the German, Miri Jean Mack in lane number 8, who's leading them through. Lu Dong, the world record holder, in lane number 7. Watch out for her in terms of the points as the top 2 swimmers come to the wall. 5:16 for Mack is the highest. Watch out for Dong, who touches now. 7:19 for Lu Dong. That is a big score for Lu Dong, and that is going to be the highest score Lu Dong, of course, the world record holder. Someone you know well, Ellie.
Yes, I do actually. She used to be an S6, so I've raced her many, many times, and beautiful athlete. And also as well, we had Leah O'Connell then as well, who actually I used to train with in Camden Swiss Cottage, coached by Adam Taylor, but now she's moved to the National Performance Centre in Manchester, and they've got a new coach, Alid, who I remember way back in Swansea. He used to swim at Swim Swansea.
All right.
So, yeah, now he's head coach of the National Performance Centre in Manchester. So, yeah, her entry time was 38:20, and she swam there 42:15 with just off her, well, a couple of seconds off her personal best, and the qualification time for the S7 was 35:35, so just missed that as well.
And there's a lineup for the final of the 4 heats of this women's 50 metres butterfly. Nice Verena shot going from the blocks, just standing up there and propelling herself. Mostly with her arms, Verena shot, I have to say. Thelma Lu in 0, Reniki in 1, Nadia Baez in 2, Verena shot goes in 3, Imogen Dodds in 4, Nicole Turner in 5, Connie Ratley 6, Jiang Yuan in 7, Florian Bulcher in 8, and Lisa Kruger out there in lane number 9. So watch out for Lisa Kruger. She is the champion in 100 butterfly in the World Championships last year. World record held in this one by Sophie Pascoe of New Zealand, 28:38. So Lisa Kruger outside that mark, 7.72 points for her, followed by her teammate. 7.31 there in the middle from Nicole Turner. And 7.72, oh, it's a tie for first position there. Jiang, the world record holder in the S6 classification.
We also had Nicole Turner as well, 38:36. Silver medalist, I think, in Tokyo, in this event, 50 meters fly, but against the world record holder there, Zhang, 37:66. But I think top points from what I've got on my sheet was Santiago with that world record swim in the heat, in that first heat.
Yeah, great way to start the morning for this 50 butterfly. We're still waiting for confirmation of this result. It's always a nervous wait, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I remember my first World Championships way back in 2006. I got my first disqualification in the 100 metres backstroke, and yeah, seeing that is like, oh, disqualification.
Got disqualified in the 100 metres backstroke.
Yes.
What did you do?
I think I was too nervous and turned into the wall on my front too quickly.
All right.
Yeah, I know it's hard to get disqualified, Paul, on the backstroke, but I did.
Well, yeah, if you turn onto your front, that'll do it.
Yeah, no disqualifications in that event. That heat.
Yeah, 7.72 is tied for first place there. So again, the points, of course, will all be totted up, and the top 20 points will go into the 2 World Para Series finals. A bit more of a turnout for this one. In the men's 50 metres butterfly, there's 5 heats. So we have, I think, 56 swimmers due to take the start here. So again, we may be right on the cusp with 3 possible finals in this World Para Series meet. Ellie was doing the maths yesterday, trying to tot up who was winning the events.
Me and maths don't go that well.
In this first heat, though, again, no times registered, no entry time, so it's difficult to tell what we're going to get with this one. We've got Mohammed El Atwani, Ranjing Song, Tankian, Lokesh Kumar Gajendra, Swapnil Patil and Charith Poredi. Lane 6, Patil, the S10 swimmer, registering 479 points. And Ruan with 568 points, Jinsong Ruan. So two Chinese swimmers there in the centre lanes, 568 and 398. one more swimmer still left in the water. And that's Gajendra, the S5 swimmer from China. It's good to see some of the countries coming. India, we saw a big presence from India at the World Para Series meet last year in Berlin. They followed it up here as well with a big presence. They like coming to the European meets.
Yeah, it's
Of course, the Para Series has been expanded into Asia. A couple of the meets in Asia as well. One in Australia, one in Singapore.
Yeah, really, really good to have them here. Again, having all the nations racing at this event. And also, as well, they use this as a classification. So before the meet starts, I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the classifiers, international classifiers are here to classify them. So it's a great opportunity for them to come over, not just to have a World Series, but get classified as well, ready for Manchester World Championships. And again, also preparation for getting on the rankings as well, for the countries to get their slots ready for the Paralympics next year. So the more slots, the more athletes that they have on the rankings, the more slots that they get, the bigger the team that they can take to the Paralympics next year. So it's also a build-up for them. It's not just about the internationals, but it's also about that 4-year plan ready for the Paralympics.
So we saw 2 disqualifications there in that one. Well, the other results confirmed. So we move on to heat number 2. There's Harvey Phillips, closest to us. Had a good swim yesterday. British record in the 100 breaststroke. He's now going over 50 metres butterfly here. Nihal Vim, Archie Hare, Isaac Johnson, Gabriel dos Santos Araujo, the world record holder in this one. Theo Reynolds in 5. Josiah Top, the world record holder in the S3 classification. He goes in this one. Mohammed Shaikh from India in 7. Fabian Brunner in 8. And Zach Washington Young right out there in the outside lane in lane number 9. Trying to dip under that 40-second mark. Zach Washington Young. But 2 world record holders in this one in the S2 and in the S3 classification. So watch out for the times. The swimmer with the yellow hat from Brazil, who's behind the field at the minute, and the blue cap from the German Josiah Top in the centre of the pool here. Zach Washington Young coming to the end. He's going to dip under that 40 seconds. I think he is. 39.70 from Zach. Fabian Brunner follows him in. And we'll keep an eye on Josiah Top's time here. Look at that one, Josiah Top. 1,033 points. And that is inside the world record time. Another world record, Ellie.
Wow, what a morning we are having. These athletes are on fire. 2 world records in the space of 15 minutes. Incredible to see.
Well, there's that Washington Young next in the water. He looks back, but what a swim there from the swimmer from Germany, Josiah Top, 49.20, 0.15 off the existing world record that he held. Josiah Top, as this day has started in blistering fashion as well. 936 points from Dos Santos Araujo, the Brazilian who set a world record on day 1 of this event here in Sheffield. But this time, he's behind the young man from Germany. What a great swim.
Wow, brilliant. I love world records. I love seeing them broken. It means that the athlete has swam the fastest ever in the world, like leading time, and to see that world record being broken right in front of our eyes, it's great to see.
Well, we've still got to wait for confirmation. Let's hope there's no dramas here, and we're going to get confirmation of that world record swim from Josiah Top. Set that record almost exactly a year ago, actually, in the Berlin World Para Series last year. That was probably the first big meet that was contested by a large number of para swimmers after COVID, the one last year. So Josiah Top really stepped up at that point. Is he going to be confirmed as a world record here? What's the delay, Ellie? What's the delay?
I know. I bet he's feeling very, very nervous here. Oh, 2 disqualifications.
It is, but it doesn't affect the top 2 places. Look at that, 1,033 points. Josiah Top, world record holder, has broken it again here in Sheffield. 1,033 points, 936 from Dos Santos Arujo as well. We're looking at real quality here, Ellie.
Well, we're seeing top athletes at the top of their game. Wow, amazing.
So, follow that next heat. Here we go. I'm not sure if any of these swimmers will be able to challenge that 1,033 points. Maravelo, D, Burden, Stanbrook, Saville, Harris, D'Andrade, Das, Hinata, Haini. D'Andrade's the Argentinian, the S6 swimmer, has been medalist at the World Championships, mostly concentrating on the backstroke events though. But look out for Hinata, the Japanese swimmer in lane number 8. He was a World Championship silver medalist last year in the 100 butterfly. No, it was the 50 butterfly actually, Hinata, so watch out for him. Big points total in prospect here for lane number 8. Into the finish, Al Haini from Iraq. Points for Hinata, 627. Not quite as good as the swimmer in the outside lane there, 629. So Al Haini with that good time, 31.03, 629 points. It's not always the swimmer at the front of the field that takes the highest total, but it is this occasion.
Yes, it is, and he had a beautiful stroke as well. You could see long, he's missing his leg, but he used his arms, used his strength from his arms to glide himself into the water. And to be honest, that technique of his butterfly stroke was really, really good to watch. Stunning, actually, stunning. Even though, can't say much myself, I wasn't really a fly swimmer, but was a great stroke.
You did your bit on butterfly, though.
Well,
For the individual medley.
I was always so happy it was first in the 200 IM because I could get it out the way.
There is Al Haini taking that one, 31.03, 629 points. And his entry time was 33.43, so that's a big improvement for him. Here is heat number 4. Niranjan Mukundan from India in 0. Da Silva de Oliveira goes in lane number 1. A Brazilian. Yang Hong in 2. Kai Gelstrop in 3. David Sanchez Sierra from Spain goes in lane number 4. Yuan Wei Yi from China in 5. Wang Li Chao from China in 6. Darren Pradis Flores Borodum in 7. Lawrence Chardard from France in lane 8. Colin Jingguan Soon from Singapore in lane number 9. Well, Lawrence Chardard, interesting swimmer from France, European record holder, World Championship gold medalist, swims there in lane number 8, just with one arm and one leg, Lawrence Chardard, and he's coming away just headed by Colin Jingguan Soon, but watch out for the points total for swimmer right up there in lane number 8, 856 points, few 800 points there, 832 for Da Silva Oliveira, the S5 swimmer. Well, in the outside lane, it was Colin Jingguan Soon, 500 points though, but a few 800s, Ellie.
Yeah, a few 800s. You got Chardard, the French S6 swimmer in 856, and the Chinese S5 in lane 5 with 830 points, and then also the Brazilian Oliveira, the S5 swimmer with 832. So yeah, some really, really top points coming in there, but still the world record holder that we saw broken in heat 2, he still is leading the points with 1,033. So it's going to need a world record to beat those points. Can we see it in the next heats coming up?
Wow, it's going to be tough, I think. But you never know. We have seen some before in the last few days. So I wonder if we're going to get any fireworks here for this last heat. We're still waiting for confirmation. They're taking their time about confirming these results, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And again, all the different classification all have different impairments, and compared to their impairments, depends on what they can do in their stroke and what happens with the disqualifications. So.
And the butterfly rules kind of changed, didn't they?
Yeah.
A few years back, because some people about the drop shoulder rule and how you had to be level, and some people with impairments couldn't stay level, and there's been a lot of to and fro with the butterfly rules.
Yeah, it has, and also breathing as well. So the individuals mainly with one arm would always breathe to the side normally, but now that with the rules changing, they have to breathe to the front of the stroke. So again, they've had to change their strokes and adapt. So again,
Yes, Shadad takes that one, 8.56 as we get confirmed results. 8.40 in second place, and De Silva Oliveira with 8.32 in third. Well, we're on to freestyle after this one, Ellie. Hopefully they won't take too long for the freestyle events. There's not much you can get DQ'd for in freestyle.
No, there isn't, unless, again, full starting. But yeah, not much for the freestyle.
So the heat number 5, how many points are we going to see to win this one? It's Wang, Kubota, To, Wong, Van Roy, Pangabian, Javiande, Kimura, Nieto, and Felipe Rodriguez on the outside lane there. Paralympic bronze medalist in the 50 freestyle. So keep an eye on the points here. Van Roy going well in lane number 4. This could be a big point score for him. 801 points. 772 for the Netherlands swimmer, first to the wall there. 979 for Kimura. Well, we saw him have a good swim yesterday. But Keiichi Kimura, the world champion, Paralympic champion in 100 butterfly, the Japanese swimmer, 27.97. So just 0.2 of a second outside the world record mark.
Yeah, which is great to see. But also we've got to remember as well, even though they're swimming here at this World Series, that actually for the higher classifications from S8 onwards, there actually isn't a World Championships or a European Championships or a Paralympic Championships event. So for them, this competition is just a chance for them to race, see where they're at, also to get that world record or European record or whatever record they're targeting, but it's not actually in the Paralympic racing schedule.
And there's confirmation of the result. Kimura taking it 9.79 with Wang Jing'an in second with 8.59 and 8.12 for Pangbian in third place. Yeah, and Kimura's done a few of the sprint events that he wouldn't normally do in the Paralympic program. Gomez Santiago as well has done the same thing, hasn't she?
Yeah, they have, and maybe they're using it as a race opportunity to see where they are working on their sprints. Again, we don't know, are they focusing on this event? They might not be, because they've probably got their World Series in, I think, a competition probably in Brazil that they're targeting, or in their home nations, which will be their trials for World Championships. So they probably just, using this one really just to see where they're at.
Well, chance for us to draw breath now.
Yeah.
400 freestyle. See how we go with this one. Closest to us is Susie Pellis from the Netherlands. Zhu Hu from China goes in lane number 1. Rachel Bowling from Devonport goes in 2. Mirren Binney from Swim It in lane 3. Caitlin Trevor from London Disability in 4. Lauren Sanders from Warrington goes in lane number 5. Rose Webb from Northampton in 6. Cardiff from India in lane number 7. Rachel Partington from Alsager in 8. And Keris McCrindle from South Ayrshire goes in lane number 9. So 400 freestyle. Ellie, we're on to your favourite.
Yes, on to my favourite. And this looks like actually lane 5 hasn't got a swimmer in the lane. But yeah, I'm sure 8 lengths of this swimming pool, this beautiful swimming pool. But yeah, they're all doing probably their own little race tactics. We've got the Netherlands swimmer, Susie Pellis, going out there fast, coming into that 100-metre mark. followed by the Chinese in lane 1, followed by that lane 8 and lane 9, all the way the opposite side of the swimming pool. But yeah, it's all about race tactics with this. Do you go out hard? Do you go out fast and hold the pace, or do you build? It's, yeah, 4 lengths, you've got, well, 4 lengths, 8 lengths, sorry. 4 lengths is 200 metres, 8 lengths, 400 metres.
Pellis looks good there in the early stages here, down in this outside lane. Susie Pellis, remember her from Berlin last year. She's only born 2007, so what does that make her? Just 15 or 16 years of age, Susie Pellis?
Yeah.
And I did see her on social media winning a junior title last week. There was a number of the Netherlands swimmers got pictured together in the 200 metres individual medley. I think it was Roger Dorsman, Lisa Kruger, Lisette Brunsma, and Susie Pellis all got medals in the 200 IM, I think, last week. So they were Netherlands squad. They've got a relatively small squad, but it's high quality, isn't it?
Yeah, they always have had. Way back when they had Miriam de Koning-Pepper, who I used to race.
Oh,
again.
you did, didn't you?
Yeah.
He was a big rival of yours.
Yeah, she was one of those. Again, incredible 50 freestyle and 100 metres freestyle. But they've always had a really, really strong team, even though, like you say, Paul, small team, but all very, very strong. And again, these athletes, the Netherlands team, just gone to the World Series in Italy last weekend, and then come straight from the World Series in Italy to this competition here in Sheffield. And they use that, again, another race opportunity, racing on a world stage and close together is great.
Yeah, they will certainly have some stars come the World Championships in July, or end of July and into August, those World Championships in Manchester. Just not too far away, just across the Pennines from here, I think. So Susie Pellis still leads them out. Again, one of these swimmers who doesn't have an entry time, so it's difficult to tell what the standard is for Susie Pellis. The swimmer next to her as well was Zhu from China. So the S9 swimmer leading the S8 swimmer. And the others in the field were seeded according to times. Fastest being Keris McCrindle over there in lane number 9. And Rachel Partington going very well in lane number 8. But Susie Pellis now coming down to the 300 mark. Susie Pellis followed closely by Zhu from China. And in 3rd position, I think it is Rachel Partington. But a camera shot not going to be wide enough because the field has been completely stretched out, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and that's the thing with the 400 metres as well. It's not sprinting, it's distance swimming, so everyone plays their own race. And also we've got some S6 swimmers here. Rose Webb, she literally just swam the 50 metres fly and also had incredible 100 metres breaststroke yesterday. Youngster from Northampton. Like we said last night, that Northampton team have got a really, really strong disability para-swimming squad. Plus we've got Merrin Binney as well. And it looks like in the middle, well, Rachel Partington from the S6 is leading the S6 race in this heat. But Rose is coming second, and then Merrin too. It's great to see, again, the so different classifications in here. You've got the 2 S14s, you've got 3 S6s, 2 S9s, an S7 and 2 S8s.
Yeah, quite a range here. That's one of the S9s who is going to lead them through. Susie Pellis from Netherlands is going to come into the finish. Now we'll see the last 15, the red markers for Susie Pellis. Netherlands again bringing through the young swimmers as we've seen them do across the years. And she is into the wall first. And, well, we're not getting her time on the screen here, but we can tell you 479 points for Susie Pellis. There we go. 5:53.54. And she has just been beaten in terms of points by Zhu the S8 swimmer, 5:59.76. And yeah, I mean, we talked about the Dutch bringing through the youngsters, Susie Pellis, but Chantal Zuiderveld, I remember as a 13-year-old in Eindhoven. I think it was the European Championships, wasn't it, in her home European Championships? Kind of break the, was it the European record? It might even have been the world record for the SB 900 breaststroke. It's a real youngster.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing with swimming as well. It's great to see the youngsters coming through, and it is quite a young sport as well. And we just see Rachel Partington there finishing in a 6:42.65 with 432 points. And again, it's a second faster than her entry time, so that's amazing to see.
Oh, that's good. So you swim for 6.5 minutes and you miss out by 0.1 of a second. It's like, oh.
I know.
Like, but a little bit of an improvement is a good result for anyone here. Keris McCrindle coming in just over the 7-minute mark for the South Ayrshire swimmer. And Nakadi.
Then we've got Rose just coming to the finish there. 7:29.
And the swimmer's just coming in. It's all going to get a little bit spread out in the middle of the field here.
Yeah, and Chantal and her boyfriend actually were basket carriers in Eindhoven Worlds in 2010, and now she's back after retiring from Tokyo. She's back in the pool, and he's actually the team manager. So great.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that too, but it's come in my mind. Oh, yeah.
And Chantal Zuiderveld, great Dutch star who was very successful at the Tokyo Games. As the final swimmers complete the distance, 483 points for those first two swimmers, 483, 479 in lane 0 and lane 1.
I think Rose is going to be one to watch in the future. She's just done a massive PB. Her entry time was 7:43.16 and she's gone 7:29.89.
Oh, great improvement. Well
yeah,
done
brilliant.
to Rose Webb. And we're a little bit quicker with the freestyles, as I thought we might be. We do have one disqualification. That was a swimmer who didn't take the start, so that's no surprise that a DQ is appearing on the board. But there we go. Zhu and Pellis, 483 and 479. I go on to the next heat, heat number 2. I've got 7 heats of this one. There we go, the lineup for this one. From 0 through to lane number 9. The times that have been submitted for these swimmers range from 6 minutes down to 6:39. So it'd be nice to see someone dip under that 6-minute mark. You just see the start there. Shiva Brady from Ireland just being held on the blocks. Swimmers are allowed to be held in position at the start. Of course, the coach not allowed to add propulsion, so they'll just let the swimmer go. They'll use their own propulsion or gravity to put them into the water. The lineup for this one: Maisie Catt from Richmondale in 0. Shiva Brady, we saw her on the block there, the green cap of Ireland. Hope she hasn't been celebrating too hard for St Patrick's Day yesterday.
Yeah, hopefully not too many Guinnesses, which we saw last night, didn't we? When we went
saw
out
in the
after,
town last night.
Yeah,
Goodness.
When we went out after the finals, a lot of people celebrating St Patrick's Day here in Sheffield. But we didn't join them with the
We
Guinnesses,
didn't. No.
we?
We scattered around that.
Yeah,
We
skip
avoided that. Well, she goes in lane 1, the Irish swimmer. Samantha Lewis goes in lane 2 from Satellite. Ella Williams in 3 from Swindon Dolphins. Ida Anderson-Rolf from Sweden. That yellow cap right in the centre of your pool there. She goes in 4. Amanda Redhead from Maxwell in 5. Lily Herring from Norfolk Vikings in 6. Emma Imrie, South Ayrshire, in lane 7. Fern Snedden in lane number 8 from RTW Monson. And Imogen Dodds from Wellingborough. Back in the water again. She's on the 50 fly as well. Wellingborough swimmer out in the outside lane here. And Imogen Dodds leads them through. As you said, the seeded times, lane 0, right at the bottom of your screen, is the slowest time into this heat, and lane 9 the fastest time up at the top. And we got the swimmers there in this 400 working hard in the early stages here. We've got the nice chilled music on as well for the 400.
Lovely,
it's
isn't
like
it?
I'm feeling quite relaxed all of a sudden, Ellie.
Yeah, no,
But I'm not swimming a 400 though. That's the difference, isn't it?
We're both not either, but we're leaving these athletes do their thing, and it's great to see. They're coming up to the 150 metre mark there. Lane 9, Imogen Dodds turning in a 2:10.70, followed by Lily Herring of Norfolk in 2:11.41. Behind her and turning third is Redhead, 2:13.58. So I think what's going through their head is probably the counting, thinking about the stroke, thinking about the breathing, thinking that they've got 200 metres is coming up with 200 metres to go after this, and just feeling the stroke, feeling the breathing.
How did you swim your 400s then, Ellie? Would you kind of even pace it, or did you try to build through, or what was your tactics?
My tactics was always go out quite fast the first 100 metres and then hold the pace, because if I went out too slowly, I wouldn't be able to build up. So I was very much a pace setter. So my coach Billy Pye would always, in training, he would always say, give me a time which would be like, say, 40 seconds. I somehow would be able to hold that 40 seconds for about 950s. I was very much a pacer. I was born to be a pacer. Whereas 100 metres, 50 metres, I wasn't really a sprinter. So.
But you won't mind me saying, Ellie, you had a turn of pace at the end.
Oh, I did.
Sometimes
I did, yeah.
I remember you swimming in that Paralympic Games in London.
And put my
with the however many thousands of people in the crowds, picking up that arm stroke at the end.
Well, when you've got an American next to you that you want to beat, you definitely bring everything out to beat her, and it's in front of a home crowd as well. But and it's great to see you've got the crowd here as well. A lot of the parents, supporters, coaches sitting supporting their athletes and teammates.
Well, coming down to honestly 4 minutes 15 on the clock. We shall see who is leading them through.
Lily Herring, actually. She has just overtaken. Again, she's got that kick on her, up to stroke rates. Lane number 9 was Imogen Dodds was in the lead and the 200 metre mark, but then,
Lily Herring, quite an appropriate name for a swimmer.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So lane 6 going there, and she is picking up that stroke as well.
Yeah, she's realised she's got 100 metres left, well now 75 to go, and given everything that she's got, she's probably wanting to get faster than her entry time, faster than her personal best, coming into that last 50 metres, into the turn. Sure, head down, thinking last 50 metres, head down, giving everything she's got, and she's looking fabulous, isn't she? This could be a negative split, 400 metres.
So the Norfolk swimmer, S10 swimmer with a minimal impairment, so S1 to S10 for swimmers with physical impairments, with S1 being the most severe and S10 being the least impaired. So Lily, an S10 swimmer from Norfolk.
Finishing really, really strong.
Let's keep an eye on the clock here, really.
Yeah.
6:11 was her entry time.
6:11.60. She's going to smash this. Wow. 5:49.04. Wow, that's 20 seconds, is it?
Yeah, 22-second improvement there. Great swim there from Lily Herring. Oh, can't argue with that. Well done to Lily Herring. Imogen Dodds in as well, 5:59. So she's dipped under 6 minutes. She'll be delighted with that one. Fern Snedden was the next in, I think. 6:08.96, 562 points for Fern, and that might be the highest points total from the swimmer with the lowest numerical classification, Fern Snedden. Another one of the S6 swimmers. Fern Snedden's been around for a few years. She's still young, but...
Yeah, still young, but I think she came to juniors, came to Bip Sims as a kid, and now is still around and still doing really, really good. But when we heard Lily Herring coming into the pool, I heard some screams in the crowd, so I'm sure that was probably her parents or her coach. Super happy, super proud of her, doing such a good time. And also, I just saw that as well, lane 6 and lane 7, Lily and Emma high-fiving each other, delighted with their swims, which is great to see. The support of your teammates, support of your friends and rivals and competitors cheering you on. I always love that camaraderie. It's always nice to see that happening.
That is always good to see indeed. And a great swim there from Lily Herring at the front of the field. 433 points. She was headed in terms of the points totals by Fern Snedden, 562, Ida Anderson-Wolf in 493, and Maisie Catt in 444. The S6 and 2 S7 swimmers ahead of the swimmer who touched the wall first. But yeah, be delighted with some of those swims. Next heat. Again, some familiar names. Thelma Bjornsdottir, Eliza Humphrey, Nicola St Clair Maitland, Renata Pinto, Evelyn Charas, Nicole Turner back in the water again, Scarlett Humphrey, Katie Pake, Abigail Wickens and Verena Schultz. Yeah, quick turnaround for some of these swimmers.
Yeah, they just swam the 50 metres fly and straight onto the 400 free.
And we've got the 2 Humphrey sisters in this one, Ellie. Eliza Humphrey in lane 1 and Scarlett Humphrey in lane 6.
So sister rivalry as well there. Not just competing against each other in the same classification, but 2 sisters racing each other. Well, I don't know if I could. Me and my sisters racing each other.
Did they swim?
Well, Katie did when she was young, but I always wanted to beat her. Very competitive, so be interesting to see who comes out on top of the 2 sisters. And also we've got Nicole Turner as well, silver medalist in the 50 fly in Tokyo, and just competed the 50 fly here at Bip Sims in the heats, and straight from there to this 400 metres. Again, 2 S6s next to each other. Evelyn Saraz from Hungary, S6 also in lane 4. And we've got another S6 as well from Iceland in lane 0. Eliza Humphrey in lane 1. Sweden, S7 Maitland in lane 2. S10, Katie Pike in lane 7. Wickens, S8 in lane 8. And Verena shot there in lane 9.
Yeah,
also
another S6.
Another S6.
Just keep an eye on the splits as we go through. Scarlett Humphrey has been on record-breaking form this last couple of days. A hatful of British records, wiping some well-known names off the record books. Elaine Barrett, for example, in the 200 metres individual medley, who has held that record for a number of years. Elaine Barrett actually holds the British record for this S11 400 freestyle in 5:45.26. So we'll see if any of the Humphrey sisters can get close to that. Scarlett Humphrey just like 5 or 6 seconds out in terms of the entry time, so she's got to have a chance here.
It'll be great to see that broken in the heats. Her entry time is 5:51.66, and like you said, Paul, that British record, 5:45. Oh, it'd be lovely to see that broken.
When do you think it stood since?
Oh,
Have a guess.
I guess 2004.
Oh, good guess, but 2003.
2003.
Older.
Oh wow! So, wow, that record has stand for years and years. But
And when were the Humphreys born? 2005. There you go.
wow.
Set before they were born.
the record is older than them.
So you see the tappers there at the end of the lane for the S11 swimmers. Always a great skill for the tappers. We're not going to see Eliza Humphrey, but I can tell you, so looking down at the pool, she's safely over at the halfway point. So Eliza Humphrey over in 2:57. We'll keep an eye on the split here for Scarlett as she goes through. So coming up to the 2:50 mark, she's pacing really nicely. Abigail Wickens outside her, the S8 swimmer from Flitwick. The S6s right across the pool. We've got two in both of the outside lanes and two right in the centre, Evelyn Sharas and Nicole Turner in those yellow marked lanes 4 and 5. Keep an eye on the points totals for them.
Yeah.
But we'll keep an eye on the time for Scarlett Humphrey. And the Humphreys have been, you know, they come into the GB team, Ellie, and maybe just off the qualification standards for the World Championships, but they're edging ever closer towards them, aren't they?
Yeah, the qualification time for the World Championships is 5:16.79, so it's quite fast. And like I said, the entry time is 5:51, the entry time. So yeah, a couple away, but again, building up their ones to watch in. Oh, lane 8 is now put their speed on.
Yeah, Abigail Wickens. And just check the split there for Scarlett Humphrey. 4:14. 4:14, 4:16. It just flashed off our screen there. But I can tell you, when Elaine Barrett set that record way back in 2003, she went through in 4:19.
Oh, wow.
So she's inside.
Yeah, inside.
Well inside.
Yeah, and 100 metres to go. So that is great to see. If she can keep that up, we might be seeing this British record not just smashed, not just broken, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's definitely on. Scarlett Humphrey's been in British record-breaking form. There's the tapper at the top end there. She's away and clear. Now coming down to this final length, 5:45 for Scarlett Humphrey. That's the target. Elaine Barrett's long-standing record very much under threat here.
You can see she's adding a bit extra kick in. She knows 25 metres left. Head down, all the way to go.
And here she comes. Abigail Wickens has swum well here in the second half of this one. She stretched away from Scarlett Humphrey, and she is going to come home in a decent time here of 5:38. But let's keep an eye on Scarlett Humphrey now. 5:45 is the target, and 5:44.65, and that is inside that long-standing British record. Whoa, she worked hard there, did Scarlett Humphrey, and she has a reward. Elaine Barrett's record from 2003 has gone. What a swim from Scarlett Humphrey. Great stuff.
Oh, that's, wow. Amazing, amazing to see. That British record was older than her, and we've just seen before our eyes that broken.
Wow, great performance there. 623 points for Scarlett Humphrey there. Good swim from Abigail Wickens at the front of the field, 578 points. And let's have a look at the S6s. Didn't pay them much attention during that race, but it looks like Evelyn Sharash might be the top points earner with 652, just ahead of Verena Shaw.
Yeah, so as we saw,
the Scarlett Humphrey, though, was the story of that one, I think, Ellie.
Yes, she was.
623 points on a
Yeah.
British record gone after, almost 20 years. It was 2003 in June, so it didn't quite last the 20 years. But my goodness, that's a great legacy for Elaine Barrett, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Her
it
record has
was.
lasted for 20 years almost. She was quality, Elaine Barrett, wasn't she?
yeah, she was very much so. But yeah, we saw that incredible swim, but the S6 is there, highest points with Siraz getting 652, and then followed by that Shot with 649. And then Scarlett in that British record time with 623.
So the result is confirmed. Sharash Shot and Scarlett Humphrey. What a great swim for a British record.
We've seen loads of records broken this morning.
Yeah, we have.
2 world records, 1 British record, and it's only just gone past 20 past 10.
I know.
Yeah.
It's not even coffee time yet, although it might be actually.
I know. We've ordered 2 coffees.
It might be soon. So the next 400 freestyle. Again, the heat's increasing in pace. And we have, again, some big names in this one. Ana Castro from Portugal goes closest to us in lane 0. Evie Lambert from Borough of Kirklees goes in lane number 1. We have Ella Letton-Jones from Swim Gwynedd in lane 2. Fallon Cooney from City of Manchester Aquatic in 3. Isabella Haynes from Bournemouth in lane number 4. We have Grace Harvey from Great Britain going in lane number 5. We've got Lily Rice from Great Britain in lane number 6. Rebecca Hardy-Bishop from Jersey in 7. We have Wang Jinji from China in lane number 8, and Maisie Summers-Newton back in the water again. The Great Britain winner of 2 World Para Series gold medals already in the first 2 days of competition, and Maisie Summers-Newton, the world champion in this particular event, this 400 freestyle for the S6 class.
Yeah, she got that gold medal last year at the Worlds in 2022. And again, her entry time, her PB is 5:23.65, and the qualification time, even though she has qualified previously in the 200 IM and the 100 meters breast, the qualification time is 5:23.65, so she'll be wanting to target this. And we've also got Grace as well, Harvey, in going for that qualification time. She missed it in the 200 IM first day and missed it yesterday in the 100 meters breast, so she'll be giving everything she's got in the water today to get as close as she can to that qualification time. Her PB is actually 5:29, so we might have to do a personal best to get this qualification time, but it can be in her. She swims at the National Performance Centre in Manchester. We've got a great group of athletes there. You've got Leah O'Connell there. You've got Tom Hamer. Also, Mikey Jones swims at Manchester under Mark Rose. Doesn't swim at the Performance Centre, but swims in Manchester.
Yeah, we'll see him a little bit later on, Mikey Jones in the 400, the men's event. And it looks like Fallon Cooney has gone out. Another Manchester swimmer, City of Manchester, in lane number 3. She's gone out to a decent start here. S10 swimmer. Maisie Summers-Newton in the outside lane. The S6s, Maisie Summers-Newton and Grace Harvey. I don't know if they're in contention at the front of the field. They'll be looking for them for the highest points totals. Again, they'd love to get under that qualification standard for this event, especially Grace Harvey, who hasn't achieved that standard just yet, but still with some chances to come. So it is Fallon Cooney over in the halfway point, 241.58, followed by Isabella Haynes. Maisie Summers-Newton going well in the outside lane, 244. Just looking at the splits for the British record, she's some way outside that split, so she's looking like she's somewhere in the region, maybe in a mid 520s, possibly towards high 520s.
Yeah,
You know what the British record is for this one?
Yeah, 5:18, the British record is. But you've got the world record holder in the next coming heats, actually, which was smashed at the World Championships in London in 2019. Zhang in 5:04.57. That was, I remember being in that race and thinking, wow, this athlete. But Maisie coming into this 300 meters mark, looking very, very strong. Yeah, beautiful stroke Maisie's got. Breathes every 3, bilateral breathing. I'm sure she can see the other competitors in the following lane, lane 7, lane 6, and lane 4. Haynes, S9 category, coming to the turn with 100 meters to go.
She's looking pretty smooth, Isabella Haynes, the S9 swimmer. Nice stroke at the front of the field there. That leg impairment, but she's doing a good job here, keeping her body very straight. Very powerful pull as well for Isabella Haynes, this 9 swimmer. And she's another one of the youngsters just born in 2008, so she'll be 14 or 15.
Yeah, beautiful stroke. She's got gliding in the water, catching it. No splash, no waves at all. Just catching that water with those arms. Oh, yeah, she's just turned with Maisie catching her. Not far behind. Maisie's leg kicks coming in now. This last 50-meter mark. A great race between lane 4 and lane 9, and also lane 6. Oh.
Well, turning up now, turning up the pace is Lily Rice in 9.6. Coming through very strongly, Lily Rice, a bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games in the backstroke events. A 3-way battle here into the wall. Lily Rice and Isabella Haynes in the centre. Maisie Summers-Newton right at the top of your picture there. Looks like Maisie Summers-Newton's going to be into the wall first, I think. 5:32 for her. In fact, 5:30. In fact, 3 of them all within 8/100ths of a second. It was Lily Rice that got the touch, actually. 5:32.00. Isabella Haynes, 5:32.04. Maisie Summers-Newton, 5:32.08. So they did just drift into the 5:30 marks. I thought the early pace, they were going to go just in the 5:20s, just drifted into the 5:30s. And in terms of the points, no surprise to see the two S6s at the top of the points total so far. 7.71 for Maisie Summers-Newton. And 7.25 for Grace Harvey. So might be enough to get them another swim tonight, Ellie. We saw the points yesterday that it was around about the high 600s and the low 700s that were getting you into that top 30 places. So if you're in the 700 range, you're pretty much safe, I would think, going on yesterday's results.
Yeah.
And the day before. It was remarkably consistent. But Maisie Summers-Newton takes that one, 7.71, Grace Harvey 7.25, and Wang Yinji in third position there, 631 points. Good finish from Lily Rice there.
That was really good.
Take the touch.
She's not just talented in the water, but she's wheelchair cross champion as well.
Yeah, I did, when we were researching some of the swimmers that were going to be in this one, and of course on the back of the Commonwealth Games, we had a look at some videos on YouTube, her doing flips on the, like on, the skateboard, the skateboard ramps and stuff like that. They have them, and she's gone out in the wheelchair and doing somersaults in her wheelchair. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, Daredevil. Wow.
Good grief. So heat 5 is underway. Tatiana Lebrun from Belgium in lane number 0. Chiara Fellon from City of Salford in 1. Rebecca Lewis from Great Britain goes in 2. Nila Labuda from Germany in 3. Eva French in 4 from Great Britain. Amber Haycock goes in lane number 5. 2S10 from Great Britain there in 4 and 5. Cecilia Geronimo de Araujo from Brazil in 6. Ana Luz Pelotero from Argentina in 7. Megan Willis goes in 8 for Great Britain, and Astrid Carroll goes in lane number 9. Two swimmers who've had some good swims over the last couple of days, Megan Willis and Amber Haycock, both in the S10 classification. Both of them, are youngsters, born in 2007.
Oh, wow.
So they're only 16 years of age this year, and both of them have gone out to a good start.
Yeah, beautiful swimming from lane 5 from Amber Haycock there. Looking really, really strong. Breathing to her right there every 2, but strong leg kick and arms. And it's interesting, these swimmers, some of them breathe to one side, some of them bring bilaterally to the other side. And again, it just depends on what works best for you. I think it used to be set out that everyone used to breathe bilaterally every 3 or every 6, but I think there's no such thing as one size fits all. You know, what you got to figure out what works best for you.
And we'll see these kind of almost a loping freestyle stroke of people breathing to one side. You know, it's almost like a jerky movement trying to get the oxygen into the lungs, but it's very, very efficient for some people. Of course, in para swimming, it's all about adaptations, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is. Again, all different disabilities, all different classification and what works best. And it's, yeah, good to figure out what is best for you. But she's looking really, really strong, leading the pack there, leading in lane 5, right in the middle, even though lane 9, Astrid Carroll has the fastest entry time of a 5:13.79. Eva French is leading the way. Her entry time is 5:19. I think she's going to get this. I think she's going to get faster than this.
Yeah, Amber Haycock is, I think, in 9.5.
Yeah.
She's through in, what's that, 2:50? So she was under the 2:30 mark at the halfway point. She's given herself a real good chance here to get well under that entry time of 5:17.91. Of course, some big names next to her. Geronimo Arusho as well was a medalist at the World Championships and the Paralympic Games. She was first in the 50 freestyle at the World Championships last year. The Brazilian with that yellow cap in lane 6, chasing the leader. She's showing some strength, the 50 sprinter. Has gone over 400 this time, the Brazilian. And just looking at who's challenging for 3rd position, maybe one lane up from the Brazilian. Ana Luz Pelotero from Argentina, the S12 visually impaired swimmer. And Megan Willis also going well up there in lane number 8. Megan Willis, the Welsh swimmer for the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah.
Wales took a couple of younger swimmers to the Commonwealth Games last year for the para events.
Yeah, and they just had an incredible first day as well, the Welsh, in the 200 IM, the S14. So I'm sure she saw her teammates swimming really, really well and getting that qualification time in the S14 200.
Reece Darby.
S14 200 IM, so wanting to emulate what he's done.
So Amber Haycock still on course for a very decent time here. It's going to be inside her entry time of 5:17.91, I think, well inside that. Geronimo de Arusho, lane 6, is going to be inside her entry time of 5:16, I think. But the S10 swimmer is going to bring them home now into the last 5 meters also. Remember, 5:17 the entry time. That's been improved to 5:08. And we do get the graphics here. 731 points for Geronimo de Arusho, 5:13 for her. Not sure if anyone else is going to challenge the points total of Geronimo de Arusho. Megan Willis was in 5:19.78, so under the 5:20 mark from her as well. Got a nice swim at the front there, Ellie, from Amber Haycock.
Yeah, brilliant swim, 5:08.73. And she looked really, really strong throughout, actually. There was no show of tiredness, no show of fatigue, consistent stroke rate, consistent swimming, leg kicking. I think she could probably go for another 400 metres with that stroke that she was displaying, the 800 metres. But yeah, really, really confident swim, and I'm sure her coach, her teammates, and she's got family watching here or family watching at home, is very, very proud to see that. And again, another chance to swim, hopefully.
Yeah, you're at
tonight.
731 points.
Yeah. So can she go faster and do another PB tonight?
Well, it's up to these last couple of heats whether she's going to get another chance to do that, how fast these ones will go. Katapaya from Hungary goes in 0. Amy Sheridan goes in lane number 1 for Ireland. Kai Liwen, Paralympic Games bronze medalist from China, the S11 swimmer. Brock Whiston back in the water again. She was delighted to dip under that qualification standard for the GB team yesterday in the 100 breaststroke. She goes in 3. Jiang Yuan. That's the swimmer you were talking about earlier, Ellie, the world record holder in this 400 freestyle. And she goes for China in lane number 4. Coral Farrell from Warrington in 5. Stephanie Booth from the borough of Kirklees goes in 6. Lisette Bruinsma from Netherlands in lane number 7, the former world record holder in the S11 class. Lisette Bruinsma. Emmeline Pierre from France next to her French teammate Agatha Pauli. They go in 8 and 9. And we did speak to Stephanie Booth yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we
She
did.
came up and spoke to us for borough of Kirklees in lane 6.
And her brother, Jonathan Booth, actually dropped me a message last night because he was listening to us and watching the live stream. So I'm sure he's listening again today, and he's very proud of his sister swimming really, really well this competition, and again, swimming in this 400 metres freestyle.
Yeah, he was a Paralympian, of course, in this very event. I think the 400 freestyle in the S9 class in Rio in 2016 made the final of that Rio Paralympic Games, and his sister is following in his footstep now. So at the front of the field, it's the two French, as you would expect. They have the fastest entry times, both of them under the 5-minute mark. So the heat's getting a little bit faster now, the pace beginning to increase. Agatha Pauli went to the Madeira World Championships last year, and Emmeline Pierre, who leads the field at the minute in lane number 8. She is, well, a bronze medalist in this event back in the World Championships in 2017. So a couple of internationalists from the French team in pole position at the minute. But you talked earlier about Jiang Yuan, a world record holder. Ellie, she
doesn't
down
look
at
like
lane number 4.
She doesn't look like she's on the world record. She turned in that 100 metres mark in 1:20. And she's just turned there in that 150 metres mark in 2:03.96. So she's way off her personal best and world records. But yeah, she blew everyone out the water in London at the World Championships in 2019. Came out of nowhere. She's a kid. She is young, but yeah, world record holder in this 400 metres freestyle. Got the gold medal also in Tokyo in 2021, and also does 50 fly as well. Got the gold medal in the 50 metres fly in Tokyo 2021. But yeah, doesn't seem to be on form in this meet. Just turned in that 200 metres in 2:47. So I think Maisie turned faster. Maisie in the heat before turned in a 2:44. So Maisie,
yeah, that's right. 2:30 was the split time when she won in Tokyo, set that record. But I do remember that race in London where she went out really, really fast, and everyone was saying, well, you know, she's going to tie up. She's going to tie up. When's she going to tie up? And she just kept going and going.
She was like a little battery. Going, and it's great to see. It's great to see these athletes, the world stage of Paralympics moving forward, getting more and more competitive, and that's what we want to see. Brock's looking really, really strong. She was delighted with that qualification time yesterday in the 100 metres breaststroke. She was smiling from ear to ear when she touched, and again, looking really, really strong here in the 400 metres. Her qualification time in the 400 metres is 4:47.70. Her entry time is 5:06.31. So her entry time's a bit slower than the qualification time for the World Championships, but she's already got her place on that plane. Well, not plane because it's in Manchester, isn't it? So
right, the bus.
The bus or the train or the car or a bicycle.
Well, she might get a plane up from where
London.
is she? She's from London, isn't she?
Yeah. So she used to swim with me sometimes in the aquatic centre, London 2012 Aquatic Centre, where I used to be training there with Billy Pye. She used to be there training away.
So Emmeline Pierre coming down to final stages of this one. The French swimmer, World Championships bronze medalist in 2017, as I said. And she is touching in 4:53.02, so an improvement on her entry time of some 4 seconds. She's followed by her teammate Agata Pauli, 5 minutes 00.
Ooh, that's dead on, isn't it? 400 metres all that way, 8 lengths. Brock's gone 5:04.01. So faster than her entry time by 2 seconds.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with her performances here at these championships, I'm sure. A little bit of a tussle in the middle. World record holder in S6 has put a little bit of a spurt on to go ahead of Coral Farrell in the closing stages as they come in. Alongside Katie Pyer as well in lane 0. And 704 points for Jiang, world record holder. Lisette Brownsma is the top points earner there, 855 as they stand. The swimmer in the S11 class, swimming 5:10.19. Brownsma, the European record holder, former world record holder. And that stands at 5:02.19, so she's exactly 8 seconds out of that world record that she set. But that total of 8:55 is going to be good enough for her to make that final, one of the finals tonight.
That Lisette as well, 855 points. I think that's the most points that we've seen so far in this 400 metre freestyle heats.
Yeah, 8:55. With one more heat to come. We shall wait for confirmation of the result. The black tip goggles will have to be checked for these swimmers. But good swim there at the front of the field from the 2 French athletes. Again, the French we spoke about, Ellie, building up for Paris next year. Next year, it seems strange to say next year, doesn't it?
Next year. Feels like Tokyo was last year, well, 2021 Tokyo, but France, Paris.
There's the confirmation of the result. Lisette Brownsma with that 8:55 point. Agata Pauli in second, and Brock Whiston there, the 2 S9s, in second and third. So could see them back again in the 700 point range. There's the lineup for heat number 7. This could be a fast one. Entry times ranging from 4:29 through to 4:52. Faye Rogers, Kasumi Bakui, Ayano Tsuzuki, Lisa Kruger, Chu Jieling, Annette Roulet, Roisin Nirian, Pernilla Lindberg, Elodie Laurandi, and Bianca Papp. So again, really stacked field here. We've got the world champion from Hungary in lane number 9, Paralympic Games silver medalist in Tokyo in the S10 classification. And next to her in lane number 8, Elodie Laurandi, the Paralympic champion from London in 2012. So also in the field, Lisa Kruger back in again. Netherlands swimmer, the S10 swimmers. Few S10 swimmers over the pool here. Annette Roulet in lane number 5. Another one of these French swimmers preparing for next year. And newcomer to the GB squad, Faye Rogers in lane 0.
Yeah, she's going to be an exciting one to watch. Was it you sitting with her on the train?
I sat next to her on the train, yeah.
And had a good. She's again, her entry time is a 4:52.81. And the qualification time is, but it says I've got down her PB is 4:33.01, and the qualification time is 4:39.94. But the PB was set prior to a car accident.
Car accident? She told me she drove into a wall.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Not sure what caused it. She was a bit vague on that, but she ended up with reconstructive surgery on her arm. So she has got permanent impairment in her kind of lower arm, her right arm there, just going over on the turn. But butterfly, she said, is going to be the target for her. So that's tomorrow. So she's going to have to wait till the very end of the competition before she can go in her target event. But she's definitely one to watch. She's from the north of England. She's representing Aberdeen, University of Aberdeen. She's studying there. So Faye Rogers, we wish her good luck for her target event tomorrow. And also good luck in this one. She's going along very nicely in lane 0. She's behind the 2 Japanese swimmers in 1 and 2. Fukui, the S14 swimmer in lane 1, and Sojuchi, the S13 swimmer in lane number 2. Ayano Sojuchi, medalist at the World Championships in the freestyle events in the 50 and in the 100 freestyle. And she's a visually impaired swimmer going in too, but way out ahead, Ellie, is that yellow cap of Pernilla Lindberg from Sweden.
She is the highest category in this heat. There is S14 Japanese Fuki in lane 1, but she is leading the way. Lindberg in lane 7 just turned in a 2:55.43. Then Bianca Papp followed her in the 2:58.45 S10. There's quite a few S10s in this event. In lane 9, lane 8, lane 5, lane 3 and lane 0. So they've got their own little race happening. But
it's difficult to pick out who's going to make a move here. Pernilla Lindberg looking good. She comes down to the 300 mark. Bianca Papp, the world champion in the outside lane, going along very nicely indeed. And just check the split for Bianca Papp there. 3:34 at the 300 mark. So she's looking for something like about the 4:40 mark or thereabouts.
The world record hold in the S10 category is Uriela Rivard, incredible Canadian athlete, many world championships, many Paralympic gold medals, but is the world record holder in this event.
And Pat just pulling up alongside Pernilla Lindberg, getting closer as they come into this final turn. Also going well, lane 6, Roisin Nirian, another one of the Irish swimmers who have performed well here. Again, the Irish team, we were told that they can use this as a qualification. It's one of their qualification meets that they can use. They've got a number of meets that they've targeted throughout the qualification period for the World Championship. So this is one that they can use as qualification. Roisin was a finalist at the Paralympic Games, finishing in 5th place in this event. She's going to be behind Pernilla Lindberg, the experienced Swedish swimmer, gold medalist at the Mexico World Championships in 2017. 4:43 for Lindberg. Nirian 4:48 and Bianca Papp 4:46. So check the points totals. It looks like Lindberg is going to be the highest points total there, right out at the front.
Yeah. So she touched first, but also it has the highest points in at 839, followed by Zhilang of China in the S9 category with 807. So I think, those two in the 800 mark, followed by that. All of them after that were in the 700 points mark, which is great to see, isn't it?
Well, they could all be back.
Yeah.
The final. 707 points for Laurandi, who's the lowest number of points, stretching up to 839. Look at that. Very close, and we could see them all again.
Yeah.
In one of the finals tonight. That is the final action for the 400 freestyle for women. We move on to the men's event now. And again, we have a first heat that has, well, a number of the athletes have no entry time, so we don't know what we're going to get.
Got 4 S6s. 3 S6s racing next to each other, and then an S6 Indian swimmer in lane 1.
Yeah, there's the lineup. We have Manoj Sandhu from India in 1, Douglas Matera from Brazil in lane 2, the S12 swimmer. Atharv Sharji Patil from India in 3, Pinu Ganadanasan from India in 4, Zhurong Yang from China in 5, George Longley from Carnforth in 6, Theo Reynolds from Barnstable in lane number 7. So as you said, Ellie, 4 S6s in this one.
4 S6s with 2 of them only having the entry times. So you've got George Longley down in the 8:57.82. Theo Reynolds, Barnstable in 8:08.22. So they'll probably have a race themselves. But again, we don't know what the other athletes, their entry times in, so we don't know. So, but it looks like actually lane 2, Douglas Matera from Brazil, S12's just turned into 29. That first 50, he is the highest classification at S12, so visual impairments. Then you've got, followed by that, in lane 4, S10 category, the least impaired physically. And then you've got the S9 Indian swimmer, lane 3, and then the others are S6s. But the Brazilian swimmer, beautiful stroke he's got. Again, breathing to the side, breathing to the left-hand side, looking amazing. Very elongated arms, catching that water. You can see his right hand's entry into it. This is actually probably a very picturesque stroke for a 400 metres. Again, 400 metres and sprinter, it's different. Sprinting is all about that high stroke rate, getting the arms, getting the legs over as fast as you can. Whereas the 400 metres is about feeling the stroke. Again, you don't want to tire yourself out because you've got 8 lengths of that the pool. Whereas sprinting is all about getting yes, it's getting there as fast as you can, the same as 400 metres, but it's all different. But the stroke that he's got is actually overtaking lane 1.
Yes, came pretty good in the first half of this 400 for Douglas Matera. He's been the Pan American champion before in this event in Lima back in 2019. He was a medalist in the Tokyo Games in the freestyle relay for the Brazilian team, the visually impaired team from Brazil. Took a silver medal in that freestyle relay. So Matera, most experienced of this field. And no surprise to see him stretch away at the front here as he goes over at that 250 mark. And Summers, I saw a good contest in the pool forming in the centre of the pool, but things getting a little bit stretched out again. And there's the leader, Matera, as you see, Ellie. Really powerful stroke, looking really relaxed.
Yeah, looking really, really good. Coming into the last 100 metres, even though, yes, he is an S12 category, S11s, he has got a tapper. S11s are the most blind, visual impairments, cannot see at all, have to have blacked out goggles. You've got S12, S13, he is, yeah, S12 category with the tappers either side of the pool. Then after that you've got, I think it's lane 5 coming up. After that it's Yang from China, S6 category, coming into the wall. Again, he didn't turn, he pushed himself round with the no use of his arms, no use of his legs, I mean. Again, you don't need to do that classic tumble turn.
Yeah, there's the swimmers there. You can see in lane 5 and lane 4, those 2 yellow marked lanes. That's the contest for that second position. But here comes Matera now into the finish, right down here in lane number 2. And he will finish in that time of 4:29.62. 762 points, giving himself a chance of another swim, Ellie.
Yeah, he has. Again, high points mark. So hopefully we'll see him back tonight. The world record holder in the S12 category is Danilo, the Ukrainian, who actually broke that world record in Montreal in Canada at the World Championships in a 4:05.95. But not too far, 4:29.18. But another chance to for the final tonight to see if we can get a faster time. Especially, his stroke looked really, really good. We got lane 5 coming in here.
Yeah, lane 5 is Yang from China, Yang Zhurong. 775, just faster, or just more points than Matera. Have Canada-san, the Indian S10 swimmer, 388 points. And the swimmers all coming in to the closing stages now. There's Patil, 541 to finish there. Again, difficult to tell how good these swims are, Ellie, because we haven't got any indication in terms of the entry times. Theo Reynolds just going over with 100 to go.
Yeah, so we've got the 2 S6 swimmers still in the water, 3 S6 swimmers, sorry. Lane 1, Sandhu of India, coming up to the 300-metre mark. Well, 300 metres, with 100 metres to go. The same as George Longley in lane 6 from Carnforth, coming up to the 300 metres mark. And Theo Reynolds actually got just under 75 to go. The world record holder in this S6 category is the legend that is Anders Olsen. Still holds that world record from Reykjavik, Europeans in 2009. He's a legend of the sport, has held this world record for years and years. But the British athletes, you've had the likes of Matthew Warwoods, Gareth Duke, again, another legend, Sasha Kindred. And now you've got the likes of William Perry, who is not actually a 400-metre swimmer, but you've got these Theo's coming up now to the last 25 metres mark. Head down, he's just upped his stroke rate actually. Knows that there's 25 metres to go. Can he beat his entry time of 8:08.22? And it looks like I think he's going to. So far, last 10 metres, it's 7:35. Well, counting down, 5 metres to go in the red. Head down, and touched. Brilliant.
Well, we're not going to get a time after all that, Ellie.
Not the time, but it was.
Yeah, there we go. We got it now. 7:44. Great improvement for Theo Reynolds. You'll be pleased with that swim. Again, another swimmer, 2007 year of birth. And the swimmer that's about to come home now, George Longley, is a 2009 birth. We're just about to see him appear in the picture. He's just gone over the halfway. Here he is now. The young man, another S6 swimmer, George Longley. 8:57 was his entry time. Is he going to be inside that, Ellie? He's in the last 15 now. Oh, it's going to be close, I think.
It is. 8:57, it's 8:36. 10 metres to go. You can see his face red, head down, last 5 metres. Breathing in the red. Come on.
There we go. 8:49 for George Longley. 8:49.98. Dips under the 8:50 mark. That's a good barrier to break, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very good. Faster by about 8 seconds than his entry time. So I know his mum's going to be delighted by that. We've got the Indian athlete just coming into the screen now. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Manoj Sandhu. Another one of the S6 swimmers in this one. Again, no entry time for us to tell, to gauge his performance. But here he comes in now. And he completes that distance, 9:34.87. 134 points. So it was Yang at the front of the field and Douglas Matera with big point scores there, 7.75 and 7.62. And are we going to get confirmation of that result? Here we go, 7.75. The F6 swimmer, 5:20.49 the finishing time. go on to the next heat. 8 heats of this one. This is going on to heat number 2. It's a lineup for this one is Edvin Soderlind from Sweden, Nathaniel Costigan from Satellite, Mackenzie O'Reilly from Gloucester next to Jamie Markle from Birmingham Marlins, Kian Saville from Daventry, Tejas Nanda Kumar from India, Kasim Al-Kahachi 9-6, Archie Hare in 7, Mohammed Al-Atwani from Iraq in 8, and Theo Wooden from Crawley in lane number 9. So 2 from Iraq in this one. Kafaji and Al-Atwani. And another swimmer from India, Nanda Kumar, goes in lane number 5. The fastest entry time is Theo Wooden, right out there in lane number 9, 5:47.53. So we'll see if this one sticks to the seeding, Ellie. See if we're going to see a diagonal line across the pool.
Yeah, and I also see lane 8, the Iraqi Al-Atwani, 2010. I think he's the youngest that I've seen so far on the start sheets from yesterday and today. So can he beat his time of 5:56.46? But like you said, lane 9 is the fastest. Theo Wooden from Crawley, S8 to the Swedish. In lane 0, S6. Soderlind in down at 6:44.48. So it's not going to be like a spearhead like it would be in the finals or at other competitions. But they're all going out fast. And again, all different classifications. We've got 2 S6s. We've got an S10, 3 S8s, 1 S9 and 1 S7. But it looks like, actually this lane 8, the youngster.
It's a young man?
Yeah. And again, these youngsters, they normally, I remember when I was older, coming later on in my years, I used to be quite jealous of the youngsters because they could always do massive PBs.
coming on later in your years.
So I'm sure this youngster has got a PB in his belt.
Oh, we saw the Iraqi swimmer a little bit earlier on in that 50 metres butterfly. It was Mustafa Al-Haini. They're very good best time in butterfly. There are 2 Iraqi swimmers in this one, Al-Kafaji and Al-Atwani. And one of them is leading them through. Al-Atwani it is, 2:02.80. Theo Wooden in second place. So the fastest entry times are leading the way at the minute. And there they are. Just in the top 2 places.
Yeah, top 2. You've got Theo Wooden. His entry time is 5:47. Can he beat this? But this Iraqian, it looks like he's putting his head down. He's putting the speed on there. All of a sudden.
It's gone over to halfway here. Yeah. 2:45.77 for Al-Atwani. So just keep an eye on that one. So he'd be looking, well, 5:56 is, just under the 6-minute mark. So it's easy calculation for us, thereabouts.
Yeah, it is.
So he's well on course for being inside that one. Theo Wooden from Crawley in second. Just stretching that lead a little bit as they go into this 250 mark. Right in the centre there, just appearing on India picture, is Kumar in lane number 5. Tejas Nanda Kumar, the S7 swimmer from India. So he's a lower classification than the leading 2. So if he can get close to them, we might be seeing a higher points total here.
Yeah. He'll probably be closest to the world records. But can Theo Wooden, I'm sure he can feel, I'm sure he can see the legs, the kick of the Iraqi in lane 8, trying to catch him. It's getting ever so close.
Yeah, Theo Wooden definitely closing up here. It's going to be a good finish, I think. Certainly between these two at the top there, and possibly Kumar trying to come back into contention as well. Just keep an eye on the gap here as they go over this turn.
So 100 metres to go. Last 2 lengths of this 400 metres. It seems like actually the Iraqi puts a bit of a spurt on that last 5 metres because Theo Wooden was closing that gap. But now all of a sudden the Iraqi swimmer Mohammed is head down. Bigger gap there. Knows that it's 75 metres to go left of this. And you can see the red hat there of lane 5.
Yeah, it looks like these three are going to contest this one, but there are big gaps between the three of them, so it's going to be difficult for these places to change now. It has closed up a little bit though, Theo Wooden. He closed up by around about 2 seconds there on that previous 100. He's still got 3 to catch up though. Kumar is going to be in 3rd place, I think.
Oh.
And it is El Atwani who is now possibly under threat here from Theo Wooden. What a finish this is going to be, but I think the long-time leader might just have enough to hold on to this one. Al Atwani from Iraq in lane number 8, being chased all the way from Theo Wooden from Crawley in lane number 9. It's all going to come down to the touch here, but it is going to be Al Atwani into the wall first in 5:41 there. Well, he's gone again for another 50, Ellie.
Oh, has he? Oh no. Oh really? Stop, mate. I'm sure he didn't realise. Oh wow. So he's actually doing, yeah, maybe again he was leading them. He's a youngster. Isn't miscounted. I always used to get scared of that I was going to miscount my 400 metres.
Especially if you're in the lead.
Yeah, because you don't know. When you're behind, you can see other competitors and you can see them all. But he's, yeah, doing that extra. Even though he did turn in a, well, finish in a fastest time, faster than his entry time, he's still eager to do a bit more.
Oh, yes, 5:43.63 was the time to his feet. Or his foot, I should say. Like he was, so he did that tumble turn at the end. And so he would have been maybe, I don't know, half a second faster, maybe if he'd reached for the wall.
5:41 or 5:42, very much faster than his entry time of 5:56.46, but he's done an extra 100.
I love the way you shouted him, "Stop, mate!" As if you could hear us from up here.
He's not going to.
He's tuning in the live stream.
I'm surprised actually. No one's. None of the referees. You can see the referees walking at the side of the pool. The judges, I mean.
He's not going to go again because you see the people here.
But he's slowed down, hasn't he? I think he's been aware. He was. There he is.
It was a good swim, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Al Atwani took that out strongly. And the youngster will remember this one, I think.
Yeah, he will. Again, it's a learning curve, isn't it? This probably be his first big international meet. The nerves, the emotions, the feeling of swimming this 400 metres, and now he'll know to count and to not next time not do 500 metres, to do 400 metres. But it's all experience, it's all learning curves.
And there he is with the coach, look at that.
Oh,
that's great.
His coach is delighted.
That coach has had a good day. He's had a good swim earlier on. And his swimmers are doing him proud, I think. So Iraq with 2 good performances there in that 400, following off that good performance in the 50 fly earlier on. Al Atwani improving his time, 5:56 down to 5:43, so that was excellent. Let's see how the other Iraqi got on. He was just outside his entry time, 6:08 for Al Kafaji.
But the time is still actually going, so the results haven't been confirmed yet. I can see at the 8:36, it's still going. So I wonder what's happening here.
Well, I think we have it now, though. Oh, it's a DQ, that's why. Something that's happened. Lane number 1 was disqualified, but 500 And 10 points for Kafaji. That was the second Iraqi there, 608.38. Highest number of points, 510. And heat number 3 is on its way. Any more drama for us, Ellie?
Oh, I love it. I love it when something like that happens. But again, it's also really nice to see you've got the parents there waving, supporting. And actually, there's Macy's granddad. I'm sure he's very, very proud there in the stripy top. She's having a great competition.
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday in the cafe just outside. He was delighted.
The Japanese athletes there, listen to music, getting in the, probably focusing or getting the zone, or they actually might be team managers. But
Might be listening to us.
yeah, they might be listening to us. Hello.
Hello, Japan.
They did wave.
They are, I think.
Yeah. Oh, and that's Rose Webb there. Yeah. Oh, there she is having a lunch. I'm sure her coach is, her mum, is very proud of her. Swam a really good 100 breast yesterday, and this morning 50 fly and 400 free. One to watch, I think, in the future, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. She has posted some good times at a very young age. Let's hope she continues that improvement. There's some of the French there. Some of these analysts up in the gods there. A number of cameras analysing the performances of the swimmers. When we look behind us, there are just a row of cameras in that top row there.
Yeah, biomechanist it is. So again, it's not just about the swimmers. It's not just about the coaches. There's a massive support team. The biomechanist analysing their heats. Then the athletes will probably go to them after they've swam down to see what they can improve going into the finals.
So it's a lineup for the next heat, which is about to come now. Bruce D from Northampton goes in lane 0. He's had a busy week, Bruce D. Liam Hardy in lane 1 for Oldham Aquatic. Mustafa Al-Haini, another Iraqi swimmer in the water here. Wonder what we're going to have from this man. Akash Das from Oswestry was a winner of a junior medal last night. Zach Washington Young will go from the sit start from the block, the S6 swimmer in lane 4. Ethan Naisbitt, City of Manchester Aquatic in 5. Nathan Brown from Richmond Dale in 6. Ashish Kumar Singh from India in 7. Darren Paradise Flores from Borough of Newham in 8. And Noah Burden from Satellite in lane number 9.
Zach actually was an S7 but is now an S6. Just moved to the National Performance Centre in Manchester. Was in Barcelona, well, but was in Spain. And did a bit of swimming with me actually, with Billy Pye in the Aquatic Centre in London. So I know Zach very well, lovely guy. He actually had an accident, wasn't disabled, but then after his accident became disabled with a disability. But yeah, now swims at the Manchester High Performance Centre. Liverpudlian, from Liverpool. Don't know, Liverpool, don't know. Don't know if I did that accent that well.
Yeah, that's where Liverpudlian is normally from, yeah, from Liverpool, yeah.
But
yeah. So it's a little bit off the pace in the early stages here in this 400. Noah Burden, I think, might lead them through. No, it is the Iraqi swimmer again, Al-Haini, in lane number 2. Well, we saw that good swim from Al-Haini in the 50 fly a little bit earlier on this morning, that 2-second improvement. So I wonder if we're going to be on for an improvement here for the Iraqi team. They're building up their para-swimming team, the Iraqis. They had a couple of representatives, I think, in Tokyo. Of course, I think the Iraqi team originally was part of the refugee para team, I think, we took part in Rio, wasn't it, in 2016?
yeah, and in Tokyo as well. But it's great that they've got such a strong team, and
They have. They're
so
doing
many
well.
different people as well. And like we saw in the heat previously, youngsters too.
So it is the Iraqi swimmer who leads a raft of swimmers there in the outside lanes. well, the far lanes away from us here on your picture and in here in the commentary position. So going well. Let's go through them. Ethan Naisbitt in lane number 5 on the top of those 2 yellow lane markers. Nathan Brown, Ashish Kumar Singh from India, Darren Paradis Flores from Borough of Newham, and Noah Burden in the outside lane from Satellite. So they're all there or thereabouts. I think the Indian swimmer's just taken up the running here.
Yeah, it looks like the Indian in lane 7, the S9, is just overtaken lane 2. Yeah, you can see lane 2, the Iraqi, but it actually looks like, even though we're focusing on the cameras, focusing on that lane 2 swimmer, the Indian is actually coming up to the 350 mark. No, the 250 mark. I'm eager there. Eager. So yeah. He's turning in
Kumar Singh.
Turning in the 3:17.78. But followed by Noah Burden from Satellite in 3:19.50.
Yeah, Ashish Kumar Singh was in the Commonwealth Games earlier, well, not earlier this year, last year it is now, isn't it? 6 months ago.
Last year in Birmingham. Great Commonwealth Games those were. Really, really good to see. And also, those Commonwealth Games were the most para events than they've ever been. So again, for this Paralympic movement, it's great, the inclusion in those Commonwealth Games. But yeah, the Indian there, Indian swimmer turning in a 3:59.59. Yeah. So his entry time is 5:21.05. Can he beat this in this last 100 metres?
5:21, so if he's gone 4 minutes there, I think that means he's gone around about 1:20. So he is bang on course for that. So what was it, 5:21?
5:21.05.
So add 120 to 3:59. There you go, 5:19.
Yeah, oh yeah, so 5:19. 2 second PB.
So Kumar Singh going over on this final turn now. Noah Burden is going to be second, I think, at that turn. We'll see, yeah, 3 seconds behind Kumar Singh. Ethan Naisbitt going well in lane number 3. Nathan Brown also going well. And it looks like Al Haini is maybe dropping back now. Iraqi swimmer in lane number 2. And Zach Washington Young trying to make a late surge as well. Look, big support here from Noah Burden in the outside lane. I think it's Noah Burden who's getting support, and he's catching Kumar Singh here.
Oh, can he get him?
Can he get him? Oh, I think it might go to the outside lane possibly. Oh, a little bit of a spur at the end for Kumar Singh.
Yeah.
And it is Noah Burden who gets it by 0.2 of a second in 5:23.21. Well, we're a little bit out with our 5:19 there, Ellie, but not too much, were we? 5:23 for both the leading swimmers.
But did you see lane 7, the Indian swimmer? He actually finished to his feet. He pushed off a little bit. And I think, again, like the heat we saw previously, swam that extra 100 metres. So it could have been another extra 100 metres for lane 7. But so he actually didn't touch with his hand, he touched with his feet.
Again?
Yeah.
Must be something about those far lanes.
I know.
That was lane 8 the last time, wasn't it?
Yeah. But
is that Noah Burden smiling there? Well done to him. It was a good race at the end between those two. And it is Zach Washington Young who's going to end up in the top points total. He's behind the field all the way, but he ends up with the, as the lowest numerical classification, ends up with 674 points. The Liverpudlian from Liverpool.
I'm not going to get away with that now, am I? But yeah, finished in a 5:35.76. His entry time was 5:32.53, so a bit off, but maybe scraping for a final with those 674.
That's possible. That's very possible. We're around about that range, high 600s, low 700s yesterday and the day before. So the next heat is on its way. It'll be good to see Zach Washington in the final. I do remember him in the World Series in Berlin, and I always mention this when he came to the start of the race, and the race went without him,
Oh.
and the referee didn't notice that he was behind the blocks and didn't give him enough time, so he had to swim it on his own in Berlin last year. But he did a great time on his own, so he was delighted with his performance, delighted that he could get the start again. And
Yeah.
again, it's experience, isn't it? You know, you've got to. He was sitting at the back of the blocks. Referee didn't notice him. The race went, so now he's up there and ready.
Yeah.
Every
He's
race.
learned from that.
That's
learned
it.
From
I'm
that.
going to be there.
Yeah, learn from
They're
that
going to see me.
experience.
I'm not going to be quiet. There's the next heat. It's on its way, and we have the swimmers. Lane 0, Matthew Davis, who's up beside us in the stand earlier on, having a little chat with us.
Yeah, he was.
He goes for City of Southampton in 0. Scott Hadley from City of Coventry in 1. Nirjan Mukherjee from India goes in lane 2. Daniel Videira, Paralympic Games finalist from Portugal, goes in 3. We have Tang Qian from China, 2 S6s together, so that's Videira and Chang in the centre lane there. Tang, the World Championship swimmer for the Chinese team back in 2019. Luke Boyles from Bournemouth goes in 5. Alfie Penfold from Crawley in 6. Owen Johnson Repton in 7. Jamie Curtis in 8 from City of Bristol. And right on the outside into an early lead. And we've seen this in a few of his races. Kai Gelstorp, the S10 swimmer. Normally, Ellie, when you see these swimmers, these younger swimmers in the early heats possibly, and you see them at the front of the field, it's an indication they're ahead of their entry time, so it's a good sign.
Yes, it is, very much so. And also, you can see he's leading the way. But also, again, it's this opportunity, it's this experience. He is in the S10 category and 06, so again, a youngster from the city of Derby, racing on his own over there. I don't know if you can see any of the competitors. Yeah, well, he's leading the way by quite a long way. But yeah, I'm sure hoping to beat his entry time of 5:02.94 PB, probably, hopefully.
Yeah, 5:02. It'd be nice to see him dip under the 5-minute mark. Once you get down to those kind of low, like 5:03, 5:02, you're thinking, yeah, 5 minutes. That's my next. That's the next one that's going to go.
I remember. So you were speaking earlier again about Matthew Davis, who came over and chatted to us. He said this is one of his least favourite events. So, but yeah, which is a shame because 400 metres free is amazing, but his favourite event is coming up tomorrow. But still.
What's that one? 100 fly?
Yeah, I think it was 100 fly. But still giving this 400 free a good race. You can see Lane Kai is still leading the way by quite a long way here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Going into the turn there, followed by Lane 5.
You see the tapper there for Luke Boyles from Bournemouth. The S12 swimmer, swimmer with a visual impairment. Also going well, Owen Johnson and Jamie Curtis as well. And Alfie Penfold not too far behind. I think we had some messages of good luck the other day for Alfie Penfold. I'm sure there'll be some on the
Oh, that's good. It's nice to see
the
that.
hashtag from Twitter. It's hashtag Sheffield 2023 if you want to send us a message.
Oh yeah, please send us a message if you've got any messages.
Ellie's all over social media. The little Instagram this
Yeah, we
morning.
did a little video.
I'm not sure. Not sure if my performance was up to scratch, but never mind.
It was, Paul. But yeah, if you've got any good luck messages or supporting or watching from wherever you're watching, please send us it in. It's great to see the support, not just here in Sheffield at the pool, but also people watching from home as well. I think it means a lot to these athletes.
So send myself or Ellie a message, send it to hashtag Sheffield 2023. We'll try and give you a mention on the stream. We are mentioning the name of Kai Gelstorp at the moment because he is away and clear. 4:22 at that final turn for him, and I think he's on his way to get under that 5-minute mark. Let's hope he is. He's gone past the halfway point. of that final length. He's at the 15-metre marker now. He's coming into the closing stages and still full of swimming. Kai Gelstop in these final stages. Come on, Kai, just dip under that 5-minute mark. There you go, 4 minutes, 56.40. What a swim from Kai Gelstop. He does a great job there at the front of the field. 515 points. Good finish from Alfie Penfold. 463 points for him. 482, sorry, for Alfie Penfold. 463 for Owen Johnson. 640 though for Jamie Curtis. It's a decent time. Or a decent point score.
Yeah, he entry time of just over his entry time by 2 seconds. Sorry, 3 seconds there. Can't get my maths. Entry time of 5:04.22, and then just touched in a 5:07.658, but still 640 points. But the Chinese, Quan Tang of China S6, 5:26.07, score there of 736.
Well, Chinese swimmer, we haven't seen him since the World Championships in 2019. Hasn't been at the major championships, and of course the Chinese team didn't go to the World Championships last year. Sure, they will be in Manchester.
They will be.
With strength.
Yeah, they will be. They'll be. Also, again, they need to probably go to, well, they do need to go to, not probably, they do need to go to World Championships, or at least have their athletes on the rankings to get their slots, to get their athletes selected. The numbers for the Paralympics next year.
There's a result of that heat number 4. Tang taking that one 736 ahead of Videra and Curtis 642 and 640 respectively. Yeah, of course, as you said about the rankings there, Ellie, as we see the lineup for heat number 5. There are limited numbers of spots, aren't there, overall for the Paralympic Games in Paris. I think there's a limit to the number of athletes, so countries have got to be present on the rankings. So the higher you are on the rankings, the more spots you get for your country. And I think you can earn spots at this forthcoming World Championships as well, I think.
Yeah.
The winner of the World Championship wins a spot for their country. Of course, it's not for the person, is it? If you, Ellie Simmonds, was to go and win the World Championships, it wouldn't be for you personally, it would be for Great Britain.
It would be,
and it could be for anybody in that country. So it's not a personal spot for you.
It's for
so
the
you wouldn't lose it if you decided to retire. But this heat number 5.
We've got Sam Downey in this one. He's had a great one.
It was fastest entry time here of all the swimmers, but looking at the entry times, there's only 11 seconds in between everyone here in this heat. So, don't be surprised if we see action all over the pool here. Just give you the lineup for the swimmers as we see them. William Newton at the bottom has gone out fast in lane 0 from City of Coventry. To Wee Sung from Singapore in 1. Sergio Zayas from Argentina in 2. Owen Say from Nova Centurion in 3. Colin Jingguan Soon from Singapore goes in 4. Paralympic champion from Brazil in lane number 5 is Taliesin Glock. Jendi Pangabian from Indonesia in 6. Fasundo Jose Arrigue from Argentina in lane 7. Signorini from Argentina in lane 8. And Sam Downey, as you said, Ellie, goes in lane number 9, the fastest entry time and leading them at the 100.
Yeah, he's having a great race there with the Argentinian S8, also S8 category. So they're going to have a great race head-to-head, I'm sure, the whole way. But Sam Downey is pipping him just by a smidgen leading into this turn coming in. But yeah, 2 S8 swimmers. Signorini, the Argentinian S8, and then Sam Downey has had a great competition so far. Qualified yesterday at the World Championships and got that qualification time in the 100 metres backstroke. Can he get this qualification time of 4:35.88 in this 400 metres free? It is quite a long way. He's got an entry time of 4:51.62. So, but can he do it? He's in he's been in form, and he looks actually like he's getting a bit of more of an advantage to the Argentinian. And we've also got lane 4 there coming in, the Singapore S12 athletes. But it's definitely a race head to head by the S8 by lane 8 and lane 9.
Yeah, Sam Downey, I think if my memory serves me correctly, this was he made his debut for the Great Britain team in Madeira at the World Championships last year. I think this was his very first race of those championships. So he did 400 last year. He's been great in the 100 freestyle on day 1 of this competition. He was excellent to gain a qualifying standard, of course, in the 100 backstroke yesterday. So he's swimming with confidence, Ellie, and quite often that can make a big difference, can't it?
Oh, that can really, really help, especially if you've got that in the past. You know that you're on form. You'll know that you're swimming well at these competitions. It gives you that massive boost of confidence. I'm on form. I can do it. I've got all this training behind my back. I've done these times. I've got the qualification standard. Also, achieving that qualification standard, yes, it means the pressure's off his shoulders now. So again, that also helps because he's already achieved it. He's got his ticket to the World Championships. He's got that weight off his shoulders. So you can just go out there and show them, continue to show what he's made of, and he's definitely showing what he's made of. This last 100 metres?
Yeah, we're in the last 100 now. Sam Downey was working hard. Young man from East Lothian, just to the south of Edinburgh, down the coast a little bit from Edinburgh.
You Scottish are definitely having
I know,
a really, really
Scots
good...
having a great championship. Stephen Clegg, Tony Shaw, Sam Downey made these qualification standards. And maybe some more swimmers trying to achieve those standards as well. But Sam Downey looking really strong. The closing stages here. And we'll just keep half an eye on the time, qualification time, 4:35. It's just slipping by now, but not by much. It's going to be 4:51 entry time, which will be the target for Sam Downey. Hopefully he can slip under that 4:50 mark. And another confidence-boosting swim for the young man from Great Britain. And he finishes in 4:46.52. So, great swim there from Sam Downey. Another, I would guess, another lifetime best for Sam Downey.
Yes, yeah, very much so. It says his PB is 4:51.62. So he's going to be buzzing with that. He came 7th in World Championships in this event last year in 2022, and to have that again, a great swim under his belt in this heats, and with those points as well, of 742, it's a possibility he's going to make the final. But actually, Taliesin Glock, who, like you said, Paul, world champion in this event,
Paralympic champion.
Paralympic champion,
event,
sorry,
yeah.
5:12.01, actually top of the points with an 840.
Yeah, Taliesin Glock, the S6 swimmer, who's competed for a number of years now. Was a great rival of Sasha Kindred, wasn't he, in 200 metres individual medley, and won this 400 in Tokyo. It's almost a shock event for Taliesin Glock, but he swam it incredibly well to take that gold medal.
Yeah, I remember that event in Tokyo, and also I remember him, like you said, had that great race at his home Paralympics in Brazil, in Rio, in 2016. Had a great race with Sasha Kindred. Sasha Kindred did beat him though, got that gold medal in a world record time and a personal best. The legend that is Sasha Kindred.
And there's the result. The Brazilian Taliesin Glock, top of the tree, 840 points. Sam Downey in second and Arrighi in third position. The Argentinian, the S7 swimmer, is in third place. As we move on to the next heat, our Brazilian correspondent, Liz Johnson, says the Brazilian trials are at the end of April. And they also have a long season because of the Pan American Games at the end of November. So it's an elongated season for the Brazilians. But State are performing well here. It's an
Yeah.
elongated season. Their early season form has been incredible for some of them.
It is, but this is a great meet, and this is a fast pool and gives them confidence going into their trials and World Championships and Pan Am Games, did you say?
Para-Pan Am, yeah.
Para-Pan Am in November time.
So we have in heat number 6, Wong Ji-wei from Singapore in 0. Luke Batty goes for Great Britain in 1. He's had a good couple of days. Freyden Dewan from Malaysia in 2. Lewis Jones from Aaron Tridents in 3. Thomas Navarro-Barber from Great Britain in 4. Mikey Jones goes for Great Britain, the Paralympic champion in this event back in 2016. He goes in lane number 5. Diogo Cancela from Portugal goes in lane 6. Marco Meneses back in the water again. World record breaker in that 50 backstroke last night. Portuguese S11 swimmer. Rowan Brennan goes in lane number 8 for Great Britain, and Angus Leckenby from Cleethorpes goes in lane number 9.
Yeah, lane 8, Rowan Brennan, the S10 swimmer, is leading the way here by quite some margins, actually. Looks very, very strong. Looks like he's definitely picked up the pace. He's going out very, very fast and coming into the wall. His entry time is a 4:42.24, and his qualification time is a 4:18.69. So I've actually wrote down on my notes he's one to watch. So again, he is a youngster. He is.
Yeah, well, there's not an S10 event, I think. He was an S9, but he's now been reclassified to an S10, I think.
Is he?
Unfortunately, Rowan Brennan.
Oh yeah.
So he's up a class. He would have certainly been one to watch in that S9 classification, but he has moved up to S10. But he's still looking good in the early stages, isn't he? And we mentioned Mikey Jones. He's going in lane number 5. So just going over now, Mikey Jones in 2:23. It's going to be tough to come back. He's almost got to do a negative split there for 4:47.32, and that's going to be tough in a 400, isn't it, Ellie?
It is tough to negative split, but it has happened, and he is a champion. He is the gold medalist from Rio in 2016. I remember that race very well, and he's a lovely individual. Trains in Manchester under Mark Rose, so he has got that fighting spirit. And again, he does want to get this qualification time. We were chatting to him earlier, and he's targeting it. He knows it's a hard time to beat, but he can get it, and we do believe in you, Mikey. We know that you can get it, and I really, really hope to see him get to as close to that time as possible. But lane 8, Rowan is definitely leading the way here.
Yeah, 3:22. That's a pretty impressive time at the 300 mark there. So 100 to go for Rowan Brennan. Luke Batty has had a good couple of days. Massive improvement in his 200 metres individual medley. He's a swimmer coached by Richard Howard. We were talking about him yesterday, the British record holder in 100 fly in the S8 classification. And in the centre lanes there, we see Thomas Navarro-Barber in lane number 4 and Diogo Cancela, Portuguese swimmer, in lane number 6. With Marco Meneses, just see him coming into the picture now. The record breaker from Portugal, the S11 swimmer, in lane 7. But Rowan Brennan has swum this really well. The entry time for Rowan Brennan was 4:42, and he's going to be well inside that, I think, as he comes up to the closing stages now. Rowan Brennan into the last few strokes now. 4:42 has improved to a 4:31. Great swim there, great improvement from Rowan Brennan. Followed on by Diogo Cancela. Oh, in fact, he isn't followed home. It's Luke Batty that's got in first. 4:40 for Luke Batty. And it was Cancela, 4:41.67, but 834 points. And Mikey Jones just coming in now, touching the wall. in 4:58.04 for Mikey Jones, so outside the qualifying standard on this occasion. At points total 790. Well, he might get another swim tonight, Mikey Jones, with that one.
Yeah, hopefully so. But actually, the highest point scorers there was 834. Diego Canceler, the S8 Portuguese swimmer, touched in a 4:41.67, followed by another Portuguese swimmer, Marco Menez, the S11 4:47.96.
Yeah, and the results just got confirmed on the scoreboard. Here we go. Diogo Cancella takes it, 834 points. Marco Meneses in second, and there's Mikey Jones in third. In good spot for another crack at this one tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure we all hope that he does get a chance to do that tonight in the final.
Well, 2 more heats to come of these 400s. Here's the lineup for the penultimate heat, Heat 7. João Fidalgo, another one of the Portuguese swimmers, A90. Inaki Basilov, the world champion from Argentina in the S7 class. He goes in lane 1. Zach Sturgis from Bournemouth in 2. Hua Dongdong from China, the S11 swimmer. There he is in lane number 3. Just getting his orientation right, the swimmer with no vision at all. Very important. You get the dive straight for these S11 swimmers, because obviously they've got no reference point. They need to be right down the middle of the lane or skirting that lane rope, but certainly not battling with the lane rope, shall we say, because they're quite unforgiving, these lane ropes.
Yeah.
Let's continuing the lineup, Philip Hebmuller in the first of those yellow lanes in lane 4. Quentin Vieira from France in lane 5. Both of those swimmers are visually impaired swimmers in the S13 class. Ucho Tomita from Japan, another S11 swimmer in lane 6. We have Kieran Williams, an S10 swimmer in lane 7 from Great Britain, and the 2 outside lanes, Roger Dorsman, we can see him there from the Netherlands in the middle of those 3. He's an S11 swimmer, and on the outside lane is Thomas Cordeiro from Portugal, the S10 swimmer. So our world champion is Basilov in lane number 1 with that red cap right down at the bottom, and a Paralympic champion is Roger Dorsman, who is battling for the lead to 2 lanes down from the top in the Netherlands swimmer, the S11 swimmer, Paralympic gold medalist in Tokyo.
It looks like the French athlete, though, is leading the way. There he is. You can see at the bottom of your screen, S13 category. Looks like, yeah, he's beautiful stroke, breathing to the right, coming up to the wall there. There's a great race between him, lane. Oh, they've just turned in the same together. So the Kieran Williams turned in a 1:37.18, and the same as the Portuguese in lane 9, 1:37.18.
Yeah, close contest here between these two. The outside lanes, Thomas Cordeiro of Portugal, right on the outside. And 2 lanes down, here's Kieran Williams, Roger Dorsman between those 2 in lane number 8. And those 3 swimmers, Vieira still very much in the mix, all going over on the 2:11 range. God, very close contest in terms of the points. We'll keep an eye on Basilov there in the red cap. He was the World Series champion in 2. He had such a good World Championships last year, taking the gold in this one, silver in the individual medley, and a couple of bronzes as well for the Argentinian team. And he is one to watch, but he's not featuring in the shake-up at the front of the field, but watch out for the points for the man just coming into shot there with the red cap when we get to the end of this one. Vieira going well in the middle lane, the French swimmer. But these 2, Kieran Williams and Thomas Cordeiro, having their own private battle there on the outside.
Yeah, they are. I'm sure that they can see each other having a race, all 3 of them there. And I think that's the thing about the 400 metres freestyle. You see your other competitors, you race against them, you pace against them, and it definitely helps to take you all the way home.
Well, going over almost together, the three swimmers at the front of the field, just separated by less than a second. Vieira maybe has just a very slight lead, the French swimmer in the S13 classification, ahead of Williams and Cordero, both S10s. So I would expect the two S10s to have a higher points total. That's the world record for the S10s, 3:57. The world record for the S13s, 3:55. So it's going to have to be like a 2-second difference if Vieira's going to get a higher points total at the end here. It's a good contest here as they come up over this final turn.
Yeah, all finished, all turned there in 3:55, 3:55 and a 3:56. So it's all to play for in this last 50. Head down, know that the wall is in sight, give it everything you've got. Go that next gear, but it looks like actually Kieran Williams is actually snatching it.
Yeah, Williams coming into the finish here, and I think you're right, Ellie. He's just edged ahead, and it's going to be a good points total for Kieran Williams. Well done, Kieran. 681 points. Hopefully we'll get the points totals on the graphics very soon. 673, 677 for Vieira. Here we go. 885 for Dorsman. Is Basilov going to challenge that one? He comes in now in lane number 1. Basilov eases into the finish. And 8:55, Tomita with 8:81, just behind Dorsman. And the final swimmer to finish is Hua Dongdong from China. Basilov looked relaxed in the closing stages there. If he'd just put a little bit of a spurt on, he might have got ahead of the two swimmers over a few lanes over there, but he'll be in the final with that.
Yeah, he will. I'm sure he just used this heat to feel where he is, feel the stroke, because it looked, that whole 400 metres looks very comfortable, very easy. And I think that's the thing, when you are world champion, when you are a world record holder, you sometimes in the heats play it up, see where you are, see how you feel, do a bit of race tactics, work on something specific that your coach has given you. So then in the finals tonight, I'm sure he's saving that energy to go out there tonight and give it everything he's got.
There's that hat we were talking about earlier on. Fashion statement that you liked last night.
Oh yeah, that athlete came out yesterday with glasses on and a hat, looking very fashionable. And that's the great thing. It's not just, you've got to have that bit of personality, like we saw with Scott Quinn yesterday, wearing his lucky pants. I love that. I love when someone puts their own little personal spin leading into a race.
Gave everything last night in that final. Just missed out on that qualification standard.
It looks, yeah. There's the parents supporting and cheering.
Like we're still waiting for confirmation of the results.
Yeah.
That's why we're going to the crowd, I think.
We did have a few S11 swimmers.
We did.
So probably checking their goggles. Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be able to get confirmation of that. Parents enjoying themselves in the crowd, though, aren't they?
Which is great to see.
Yeah. Well, there we are. We have it now. And it is the two S11s at the top there. 885 and 881. It's the gold and silver medalists, actually, from the Paralympic Games, with Basilov easing into the finish with 8:55. It's going to be a fascinating one in the final. I do expect him to go a little bit faster, Basilov, in the final. There's the lineup for this next heat.
Looks like there's no entry in lane 4 though. James Clegg. He's not on the blocks at the moment.
Well, Matthew Torres for the USA goes in 0. The S8 swimmer next to another S8 swimmer, Zhu Haizhou. The two S8 side by side in 0 and 1. Kylian Portal from France, the S13. Next to another S13, Genki Saito in lane number 3. As you say, Ellie, no James Clegg, but we do have Ollie Carter in lane number 5 for Great Britain. Justin Capps goes in 6 for Germany. Florent Murray from France in 7. Alex Portal, the older brother of Kylian Portal, goes in lane number 8. and Bas Takken on the outside lane for the Netherlands in the S10 class.
This is going to be a fast race. We've got higher categories, so 2 S8s, 13, 12, 10. Or looks like lane 8 and lane 9 there. Bas Takken and Alex Portal turning in a 59.16. It's going to be a fast competition, this is. But Ollie Carter, I think he made his debut last year, World Championships. Again, another Scottish swimmer.
Yeah, debut in the World Championships team last year, also in the Commonwealth Games as well, where he swam in the 100 metres butterfly in the S10 classification. James Hollis talking about Ollie when he was on the live stream a couple of days ago. So he wished them all the best. Said he wants this S10 legacy in Great Britain to continue. And I think he was really encouraging for Ollie Carter to press on. Also, unfortunately, the 400 freestyle, not a Paralympic event, which is one of Ollie Carter's best events. So that was a little bit of a blow for Ollie Carter, but there might be relay spots on offer as Alex Portal goes out ahead of the field here. Alex Portal, one of the big hopes, I think, for French medals at the Paralympic Games next year. He was a great performer in the World Championships last year, taking gold in the 200 IM. Took silver in this one and in the 100 metres butterfly, and also bronze in the 100 freestyle as well. So Alex Portal there in lane number 8, ahead of Bas Takken. Bas Takken's a great record in this event over the years. A couple of silver medals in the most recent big championships, Paralympics and Worlds. And he likes the distance swimming, Bas Takken.
Oh, that's great to hear. I love that. But yeah, Alex Portal looks like he's doing really, really well. There was a race to start off with in the first 100 metres of them being together, but it looks like now Alex Portal's leading the way. And it's great to see so many French athletes at this competition. We saw Lorena Elodie, who was the champion in London 2012, did retire, had a baby, came back, but her teammate, I'm sure she's cheering on the side, Alex Portal, smashing it here, doing really, really well. We've got some great athletes in this event.
And his younger brother as well, Kilian Portal, in this field. So Portal, Alex Portal goes over in front. His younger brother's in lane number 2 as well. We'll see how he goes on, but it's all about the older brother in the closing stages of this one. Let's see what kind of time Alex Portal can register here. 4:02 was his entry time into this one. World record's very impressive, 3:55 from the great Ihar Boki, the Belarusian star. And Portal in to the finish. Well, time not registering, but it's around about 4:05, I think that was. Bas Takken is going to be into the wall next. Again, we're having trouble with the electronics.
I know.
Oh, goodness, that's around about 4:18. Ollie Carter and Justin Capps in close there in around about mid-420s maybe. Matthew Torres, the world silver medalist, coming in at the bottom in the S8 classification. And he finishes there in around about 4:40. We're just guessing now, Ellie. No times coming up.
Guessing though. There, the Chinese.
Keep an eye on the clock.
4:46 it looks. But these things do happen. Technology is amazing, but sometimes you can't rely on it. But they will have had the referees, the timekeepers, also clocking the stopwatches as well.
Yeah. Alex Portal, great swim there. Now, I just wonder if we are going to get confirmation of this result. We're going to get any times for these swimmers here? I hope so.
Yeah, I really hope so.
We need the points. We need the times.
And also for them as well. They've just gone out there and swam 8 lengths, probably all very exhausted, all very tired, and they want to see their times straight away. It's always
Didn't that happen to you, the world champs in Montreal?
Oh, it did.
And the 100 free.
And also the 400 free at Tokyo as well.
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
Free Tokyo. I remember there was a huge debate with your 100 free in Montreal.
Oh, was there?
Because the timing just went, there was a thunderstorm or something, and the whole timing.
Gosh.
So
Paul,
it
you've
went
got more
out.
great
Come
memory.
on, you remember it. You were in the race.
I know. I can't even remember. That's how amazing you are with your knowledge and. Come on.
Some good moves there. I mean, you're a dance expert
oh yeah,
now.
getting those hips moving. Iceland team supporting away, but still, these times aren't up. These times aren't there.
I saw you were trying to teach Scott Quinn some dance moves
bit of
last night. How
waltz
did it
move.
go?
Yeah. Not the best,
no
but I think it
comment.
was probably because of the teacher trying to teach him a bit of waltz movements, bit of leg steps. But the times are there. The times
Coming up on the scoreboard here in the venue.
Can't see them at home, but looks like they should be there coming up soon.
Let's have a look here. Alex Portal looks like he's going to be at the top there. 400 points, 4 minutes and 4:06.
Wait,
900 points. Yeah, that's great.
I think
total.
that's world.
Here we go. We have them now. So the two swimmers on either side of the pool there. Alex Portal, 900 points. Matthew Torres, the world silver medalist in the S8 class, 8:57. Bastak in 7:92. Ju in 7:79. Ollie Carter 7:72. So good swim from Ollie Carter, the Great Britain swimmer, and Killian Portal as well, 7:61. So that might earn them another swim tonight.
And that looks like actually from Ollie Carter that PB. There.
Oh, wow.
So he's got PB and entry time of 4:19.21, and he just went 4:19.06. So.
Well, I'll be delighted with that one, Ollie Carter. He's a Scottish record holder, so that one's confirmed. It'll be a new Scottish record for him. So 200 freestyle with half the distance now. I don't know. We're coming up to 12 o'clock. Doesn't seem like that, does it, Ellie?
No, it's gone really, really fast this morning.
Like the 400s.
Yeah. Well, we do, very much so. And now, 200 metres, 4 lengths.
So, Katie Perret, good jobs Dottir from Iceland in lane number 1. Ayala Tufik goes for Egypt in 2. Chikako Ono from Japan goes in lane number 3. Gunnarsdóttir Dottir goes for Iceland in lane number 4. Maya Thuma from Malta goes in lane number 5. We have Morales Lopez from Mexico in 6. Ellie Chalice back in the water again in 7. And Tegan Davidson from University of Aberdeen Performance goes in lane number 8. So again, a range of classifications in this one, ranging from Ellie Chalice, the S3 swimmer, right up to the S14 swimmers from Iceland.
Again, some of these athletes actually haven't got entry times posted. So we don't know their target, we don't know their times. But like you said, S14, S11, S5, S6, and an S3. And Ellie Chalice has had a great meet, hitting those qualification times, and the first day as well, in the 150 IM and the 100 free, posting British records in the heats and finals and personal bests. So she's on form in this meet, and only young as well, which is great to see.
Just turned 18, I think, at the tail end of last year. She was excited about that, turning 18 when I saw her.
I'm sure she is. Can enjoy being an 18-year-old, you know, not a kid anymore. But she's posted a 4:24.97, the qualification time. So she actually has to swim up for to the S5 qualification time, which is a 2:56.88. She does hold the British record in this, but for World Championships this year, she'll have to swim up 2 classifications. So it's quite tough for her, but she has hit the qualification times previously.
So it's the Iceland swimmer, good Bjardsdottir in lane number 1, who leads them through. Gunnarsdóttir going very well in lane number 4 as well. Just being challenged by Chikako Ono. Chikako Ono better known as a backstroker. Chikako Ono, S11 swimmer in lane number 3. As they come to the closing stages of this one, Dottir into the wall first, 428 points. Chikako Ono, 642 for the Japanese swimmer, Chikako Ono. Again, as you said, Ellie, that we don't know what times the swimmers, well, good times for the swimmers, because not a lot of entry times have been posted. Katia Pourret from France, the S5 swimmer, coming into the finish now, right down at the bottom of your picture. Let's see what kind of points that she is going to register. I'm not sure it's going to challenge the 642. We'll see. Yeah, 529 for the French swimmer, right up at the top now. It looks like Tegan Davidson has swum this one well. University of Aberdeen performance, the S5 swimmer, 444. Only Ellie Chalice now, I think, can challenge the 642 points. As Chalice into the wall now in that time of 3:43.12, and that is a big time for Ellie Chalice, isn't it, Ellie?
Yes, it is actually. It says what I've got on my paper is her personal best that she set back in December in 2022 was 3:48.05, and she's just gone 3:43.12. So she's going to be delighted about that. She's going to be buzzing, and I can see actually Rob Aubrey, head coach there, actually smiling away. So she's on brilliant form.
And that'll be a British record for Ellie Chalice by a long way. Great swim again from Ellie Chalice. 672 points. She does challenge the winning point score there. I'm not sure anyone is able to challenge that, but we've got a good contest coming on here. Look at this. In lanes 5 and 6, Thuma and Morales Lopez are going absolutely stroke for stroke, and they're really going for it in the closing stages here. And it is Morales Lopez first to the wall there, only by 1.5 seconds. They swim for 4.5 minutes, and they're separated by that last-ditch sprint there.
Well, it's all about those seconds, isn't it? Those milliseconds. And when you see someone next to you, the competitive spirit comes out. You want to beat them, even though, like you said, Paul, it's been 200 metres, a long, long way. It all counts to the very end, to that very end touch.
So, swimmers exit the water. We will have a goggles check for Chikako Ono, the S11 swimmer, before we can confirm the result. 6:42 for the Japanese swimmer, 6:72 for Ellie Chalice, a new British record. And an excellent swim, continuing her good run of form. Ellie Chalice, of course, she was the first one we had under the qualification standard on day 1. So, again, she's been swimming without pressure.
Yeah, without pressure.
From race number 1.
It makes a massive, massive difference when it's always when you've got those nerves, wanting to hit that qualification time, wanting to get your name on the list to go to the World Championships. So yeah, new British record by Ellie Chalice.
Yeah, 672 points will lead the way. Still a few more heats to come, though. It's going to be good enough to get her another swim tonight. Well, only 5 heats of this one. So we'll just keep an eye on the point scores in these heats to follow. Here's the lineup for this second heat. Solène Sache from France in 0. Caitlin Trevor from London Disability in line 1. Ida Cochran from Flitwick in 2. Elizabeth Noriega from Argentina in 3. Easy Cat from Richmond Dale in 4. Peng Qingping from China in lane 5. Patricia Pereira dos Santos from Brazil in 6. Gina Butcher from Germany in 7. Maori Yui from Japan in 8. And Lydia Vieira da Cruz from Brazil in lane number 9. All these S4s and 5s in here. 1 from S7, 1 9, and 1 from 14.
Yeah, so actually the S9 and the S7, it actually isn't a Paralympic event for them. So the 200 metres is S1 to S5, and then S14 is the Paralympic event. So for the Ida Cochran of Flitwick in lane number 2, the S9, And also Maisie Cat from Richmondale in lane number 4, the S7. But still, they want to go out there and give it everything they've got and hit those personal bests and hit those times.
It's a nice close race here in the early stages. Looks like maybe Ida Corcoran has gone out to that lead, and there's a group of maybe 4 swimmers in the middle, and you go out to the outside there, and it's Maori Yui from Japan in that outside lane here. She was a Paralympian, of course, in her home games, making a debut at those Tokyo Games for the host nation.
Wow.
Maori Yui.
Debut at a home Paralympics, I'm sure very special.
And she's still a teenager at the time of those Paralympic Games, and she's looking really good in here. The S5 swimmer from Japan.
Looking very, very good. Great stroke. Catching that water, breathing to the right. With that last 75 metres to go. Doesn't look like she's tiring at all, actually. Leading quite by some way, following the tail by the Ida Cochran of lane 2, but still very much leading the way coming into the turn now from the Japanese S5 swimmer. Yeah, turned in a 2:20.64. Last 50 metres to go. Her entry time is 3:08.52, so I'm sure she's chasing that entry time.
Yeah, Maori Yui was bronze medalist at the World Championships last year, behind Monica Boggioni of Italy and Great Britain's Tully Kearney. So this could be a big points total for the S5 swimmer. We'll keep an eye on that. We saw a reasonable points total there from Ellie Chalice in the mix for making one of the finals this evening, 672 points. I think this one might be in excess of that one. So Maori Yui into the wall now. Japanese swimmer touching in 3:08. Oh, it's not quite there. 635 points.
Just
3:08.
slower than her entry time there by smidgen, but 635. So points-wise so far, Ellie's still in the lead, but we've still got 2 more swimmers left in this heat of Heat 2. Lane 1 coming in now from London Disability, Caitlin Trevor, the S14 swimmer, and also lane 5 as well. Kui Ping Peng of China, the S4 swimmer. So she's S4, so she's again lower category, but still 443. And the same Caitlin Trevor, 176, 340, 38 points. So lead. Oh, sorry, 1 more swimmer actually still left.
Yeah, Celine Sash, medalist at the World Championships breaststroke. So Celine Sash, again, one of these young group of French swimmers trying to build towards their Paris Games next year. 4:14.50 for Celine Sash.
I think she's got to be my favourite name of this competition so far.
Celine Sash.
Yeah, love that. Such a nice name. But just
I always used to like Mary Mackinnon, but she's retired now, unfortunately. Maori Yui takes that one 6:35, just ahead of Patricia Pereira dos Santos 6:30, and Gina Butcher 6:26, the German swimmer. So S5s leads the way, 3 S4s in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Yeah, that was a nice name to say, Mary Mackinnon.
yeah. And Gina Boche, she's actually got many European medals under her name. No, not gold yet, but
yeah, another one, German swimmers who kind of came on to the scene. I think it was the Europeans back in 2018, where the Germans brought a real young squad, and a lot of them have gone on to bigger things. World and Paralympic medals. Gina Butcher, one of that crop of German talent, the young swimmers that they brought through at that time. Ellen Stevenson goes in 0 in this 3rd heat, the S14 swimmer. Lu Yu goes an S4 swimmer in lane number 1 from China. We have Yao Kuan, S5 swimmer from China in lane number 2. Abigail Wickens goes in 3. From Flitwick, we have Zhang Li from China in the centre lane, lane number 4. Tilia Glenn from Stockport Metro in 5. Amy McFarlane from Motherwell and Wishaw in 6. Brooklyn Hale from Cockermouth. Again, we see young swimmer Brooklyn Hale, 2010 birth. Thrastar Dottir from Iceland in 8. And Abigail Daly from Devonport in lane number 9. And those two are leading them through, as you would expect, as the fastest times for this heat are in those outside lanes, those faraway lanes in 9 and 10. Going well, Amy McFarlane, Motherwell and Wishaw in the middle. And the middle of those group of 3 swimmers, Brooklyn Hale and Tilia Glynn. Those 5 are stretching away from the others in this field. Maybe lane number 3, Abigail Wickens, is just about keeping pace. But the swimmers in the lower classifications a little bit behind the pace at this stage, Ellie.
Yeah, very much so. As you see, the higher categories, lane 9 and lane 8 and lane 7 and lane 6 and lane 5, the S14s and the S9 are leading the way, but you've got that lower classes over here in lane 1, lane 2 and lane 4. The Chinese Yu Li in S4 category in lane 2 as well. The S5 swimmer and in lane 4, another Chinese athlete, the S5 swimmer, and they're actually back in here, the 2 Chinese lower categories, the S5, they're actually having their own little race. But as you can see on the screen, those Abigail Daly and the Icelandic S14, Thrastar Torter are having their own race. And it looks like actually the Icelandic swimmer is actually overtaking Abigail Daly now.
Yeah, 2 S14s in the outside lanes. Thrastar Dottir and Abigail Daly. They've been caught by Brooklyn Hale, though. Certainly Abigail Daly is, as they come into the closing stages here. Just check the times here. 2:36 for Abigail Daly, 2:38 for Thrastar Dottir. They're going to be inside that one. 2:37 for the Icelander. Great swim. And Brooklyn Hale also under the 2:39 mark. So Brooklyn Hale, as we said, with that 2010 year of birth, the youngster in this field, and she has gone under the 2:40 mark for the first time. Let's see where the lower numerical classifications are in terms of the points. The swimmers coming in here in 1, 2 and 4. The 3 Chinese swimmers, 2 S5s and 1 S4. And it is the swimmer in lane number 4, Zhang Li, who takes the touch there. 542 points. So not quite enough to challenge Abigail Wickens with 5.56. And the lowest numerical class is Yu Liu, who is coming into that last 25 metres. So
yeah, and I actually
3 Chinese swimmers
noticed from Yu Liu, she actually hasn't put her swimming goggles on. So she's got them on her head, but she actually hasn't put them on her eyes. So maybe this was a mistake.
She did the same in the backstroke yesterday, didn't she?
So maybe she actually doesn't wear them, but she has them as a good luck charm. But yeah, she's got them on her head, but actually hasn't got them on her eyes. And that must be hard, swimming 4 lengths without your goggles on. That used to be one of my worst fears, was diving in and the water filling up in my goggles or my goggles falling off. So I used to have them tight as can be on my head. My eyeball sockets were squeezed out and so sore, but I just was scared that my goggles were going to leak. So amazing achievement for her to swim that 4 lengths without her goggles on, but still on her head.
Wickens 5.56, Brooklyn Hale in 5.45, and Zhang Li, Paralympic champion in this one. Remember a very close race she had with Tully Kearney just coming back in the very last few metres to take the gold medal from Great Britain's Tilly Kearney in Tokyo. She's not on world breaking form. Some of the Chinese athletes here, it's great to see them here at these international competitions. Some of them haven't been on great form here. Some of them have been very good. And it's been a bit of a mixed bag from the Chinese team.
Yeah, it looks like they're definitely not bringing their A game to this competition. We've got this next heat now, heat 4.
And it's all S14s all the way here in this heat 4 and in heat 5. This is a Paralympic and World Championship event for the S14 classification. So straight race here. We don't have to worry about the points totals in terms of positions in this heat. Of course, we will worry about them for qualification for the finals later on this evening. But we do have Kiara Felon in lane 0 from City of Salford, Mikaka Serizawa from Japan in 1, Saskia Webb from Great Britain in 2, Deborah Borges Carneiro from Brazil in 3, Sienna Oxby in lane number 4 from Great Britain, Ayumi Ando from Japan in 5, Ho Ying Chun from Hong Kong in 6, Megan Neve, Great Britain in 7, Asia Maureen Espial from France in 8, and Georgia Sheffield, who had a good swim yesterday in the backstroke. She goes in lane 9.
Yes, it looks like it's leading the way. Lane 9, Georgia Sheffield going to be turning first there, but followed closely by lane 8, the French S14 swimmer, then the lane 6, Hong Kong S14 swimmer, but definitely you've got Georgia Sheffield leading the way there.
And qualification time, Ellie, for the Great Britain consideration standard, 2:12.42?
Yeah, 2:12.42 is the qualification time, so their entry time. So Georgia Sheffield is 2:20. She is the fastest entry time of this heat 4, but again, everything is open. She could have a massive personal best, which would be great to see. But we have got heat 5 coming up with the likes of Bethany First and Jessica Jane Applegate and Louise Ferds. But you can hear the crowd actually going wild. They're shouting away because they're all getting under Georgia Sheffield.
Yeah, and here she comes into closing stages here. Clock just ticking over at 2:12, 2:20 her entry time. And Georgia Sheffield into the wall there in 2:18.56, 711 points. Chung Ho Ying from Hong Kong in second, 690 points from her. And SBL from France in third position, 658 there. So, of course, all S14, so the points totals are not going to change now. As the final swimmer completes the distance, that's Kiara Felon. So a good swim in the outside lane there from Georgia Sheffield. She
highest points.
Yeah, there we go. 711 for Georgia Sheffield, ahead of Chung and ahead of SBL from France, 658 again. Into that 700 range, might get another swim for that 700 range tonight. We'll wait and see, wait for confirmation of those. As the final heat is underway, this is going to be a fast one.
Very much so. You've got Bethy, Jess, Louise, Poppy.
Yeah, big presence from the GB swimmers. See Chung Soo-Kei in lane 0 for Hong Kong. First of the 2 Hong Kong swimmers, Janina Brower from Germany in 1. You got Chan Yu Lam from Hong Kong in 2. Mami Inui from Japan in 3. Poppy Masco, an event she's had over the last couple of days. She goes in 4. Amber van der Kroek from Netherlands in 5. Pernilla Lindberg, from a great 400 freestyle earlier. She goes in 6. Louise Fiddis, Jessica Jane Applegate and Bethany Firth. Well, they go in 7, 8 and 9. And those 3, well, have their eyes on that qualification standard, won't they, Ellie?
Yes, they will. So Beffy and Jess actually have hit, and Poppy as well, have hit the qualification times last night. But Louise Fidz is actually chasing this qualification time. And actually, she needs to get in the top 3 also. But again, you've got the finals tonight coming up. But the qualification time is 2:12.42. Both Louise, Jess and Beffy have posted faster than that qualification time. But it looks like Beffy's leading the way over there in lane 9. She's an incredible swimmer, has got all the titles, World Championship, Paralympic, European and Commonwealth Games gold medal she got last year, followed closely there by Jess, and also lane 5 as well, chasing her tail, the Netherlands Amber van der Kroek.
Yeah, Amber van der Kroek going very well in the centre lane there. Netherlands swimmer. Bethany Firth, though, looks like she's stretching away. She's the world record holder in this one. It's quite a long-standing world record set back in 2016. Very fast, 2:02.09, but as she said, Ellie, she's got a great record in the major championships, and this was another one of the events at the World Championships last year where the Great Britain had 1, 2, 3, and that was Firth, Applegate and Fiddis in the first 3 positions. So Bethany Firth and Jessica Jane Applegate there in the outside lane. They are leading the field home. Amber van der Kroek is going very well indeed. Pernilla Lindberg as well. Louise Fiddis in 5th position. We'll watch out for the time for her. As Bethany Firth comes home, it's going to be another qualification standard for her, I think. 2:11.11. 2:12 for Jessica Jane Applegate. 2:12.84 for Jessica Jane Applegate. So outside the qualification standard for Applegate and for Fiddis. And a close contest for the 3rd position there, just won by Amber van der Kroek from the Netherlands, ahead of Pernilla Lindberg.
There'll be a lot of pressure tonight on Louise to get that qualification, but I'm sure she can deliver. She'll be pushed home all the way by her teammates and competitors.
Yeah, 753 points for Louise Fiddis. I think that should be enough for another swim in the final. Bethany Firth takes it though, 840 points ahead of Jessica Jane Applegate, 807. We'll see them again tonight. Great swim in the middle there for Amber van der Kroek.
Yeah, it was really, really good. And I could also, you couldn't see on the TV, but on the screens, but her teammates, Netherlands teammates, were cheering her, wishing her all the way, which was great to see. And I love that. I love that camaraderie. I love that when the teammates get at the side of the pool and they wave their hands and they get really excited. And it's what it's all about, isn't it? It's not just about swimming fast, but it's about that friendship, the teammates, and what it creates.
Yeah, we spoke about the Netherlands team being a kind of tight-knit group. They've had small teams, but high quality teams over the years. So the first heat of this men's 200 metres freestyle. We have Marco Menezes in 3 from Portugal, Pawan Sharma from India in lane number 4, and Daniel Xavier Mendes from Brazil in lane number 5. So we've got wide range here.
Yeah.
Marco Menezes, the S11 swimmer, set a world record in the 50 backstroke last night. He's now going over the 200 freestyle. Pawan Sharma, S3 swimmer from India. He goes in the centre lane, lane number 4. And Daniel Xavier Mendes, S6 swimmer from Brazil. He goes in lane number 5. And again, the 200 freestyle, we've seen not a Paralympic event for both Mendes and for Menezes.
Yes, it is. But you can see actually from Marco Menezes, he's going out very, very fast. It seems like he's sprinting this first 100 metres, but I'm sure he's got that aerobic endurance in the back of him for the last 100 metres, well, last 125 metres now coming up. But yeah, for the S6 and the S11, this is not a Paralympic event. So the 200 free is Paralympic event for S1 to S5 and also S14. but they're still here swimming away, looking very, very strong. And it'll be interesting to see what the world record is for the S11s.
Well, I can
men.
tell you. It's 2:04.58, set by John Morgan back in 1990.
Oh, wow. That's a long-standing world record, so it'll be amazing to see him smash this. Well, can he smash it? Again, these three swimmers don't have an entry time, so we do not know their time, but it'd be great to see Marco Menez get another world record to his belt and smash this world record that's been stood for since 1990.
Yeah, it's the longest 200 record on the books. It was back where some of the records were established in 1990s, but not for the visually impaired. Some go back a little bit further than that one, but it is quite a long-standing one. It's the longest 200 freestyle record on the books, and Marco Menezes is not going to be inside that mark this morning. But let's see what kind of points total that he can register here as he comes into the last couple of strokes. And 751 for Marco. Again, swimmer in great form, Marco Menezes. We've got 8 heats of this 200 freestyle to finish the morning session. So, Marco Menezes in Daniel Xavier Mendes, 735 for the Brazilian, just behind Menezes in terms of points. And the final swimmer that we have is Pawan Sharma.
Coming in, so he is an S3, so he's the lower impairment compared to Daniel Mendes, who's an S6, and Marco Menez, who's an S11. So as you can see, this is a freestyle event, but freestyle means you can do any stroke really. So he's on his back, swimming really pretty much like Jim Anderson used to swim, the Scottish, British athlete.
The double arm backstroke for that Jim was almost a single arm backstroke. He's at the halfway point. Pawan Sharma.
So turned in that 100 meters in I think it was 2:36 from my memory, but still 100 meters left. And the S3 world record is actually held by Chinese, I'm guessing?
Yeah, Wenpeng Huang.
Which was broken back in Rio in 2016 in 3:09.04. But it's great to see this Indian swimmer swimming.
Yeah, just gone out of our shot here. He's just up at the 25-meter mark.
He's born in 1984, Paul. It's great to see the Indian team here swimming. Again, I don't know from my memory or records, but I'm sure he possibly could have got classified here.
Yeah, there's a number of countries that came for classification specifically. You have to get your classification kept up to date. Every so often, I think it is, Ellie, you have to get that review of classification.
And especially this, since, I think leading into Tokyo, they've gone through a whole change in the classification system, so making sure everyone has been reviewed and looked at, classified. So going into World Championships this year, they want to always try and get people classified before a major competition. So at the majors, there's no real change. So they make sure that these athletes are classified at the World Series events, and they've had the World Series in Melbourne in February, Italy last weekend. They've got Sheffield Sheffield now, and then Berlin and Indianapolis, I think, in America, and then Singapore as well. I think they've got a new one actually in France this year. So I think...
Yeah, preparing for next year, of course. They used to have the open competitions in France. I went to one once.
Oh, did you?
Back in the day, yeah. They had quite a few open competitions all around France. So it wasn't. It's not a new thing for the French to host some of these competitions. I mean, Sheffield now, Minneapolis is the next one.
Minneapolis, was it? Did you say?
Minneapolis, the next one, that's in April. And the one after that is Singapore, which was previously in Singapore. There was some events in Singapore pre-COVID, but we're back in Singapore this year. Berlin is the normal competition. That takes place in May this year. It's kind of jumped around the calendar. The French one will be at the end of May. And Mexico again will hold another World Series event. Well, the first time they held it last year. And that will be the first series after the World Championship, so in October. So the bulk of the events taking place in the lead up to the World Championships in the summer. And one further World Series event will take place after those World Championships. And yeah, I mean, it's good for the athletes. We'll crown the World Series champions, of course. You have to do at least 2 World Series events to qualify for the championships, and the points totals that we've been telling you all week will be recorded for each of the athletes for each of the World Series, and your best 2-point scores will count towards your World Series rankings.
So there's the Indian finish there in a 7:09.51, 103 points. Again, we don't know. There's no entry time posted, so we don't know if that's a good swim for him or not, but I'm sure he's delighted that that's done, that's over, that 200 metres, 4 laps.
So the next heat is heat number 2. And we do have the lineup here. We have Hobon Samuel Chu from Hong Kong. We have Yin Wenhong from China. We have Mohammed Al Atwani from Iraq. Zhong Wei from China. We have Lokesh Kumar Gajendra from India. Youssef El Said from Egypt. Joe Field from Richmond Dale. Bruno Beca da Silva from Brazil. Mohammed Shaikh from India. And Gabriel Dos Santos Arujo back in the water again. Oh, Dos Santos Arujo, winner of the Paralympic gold medal in this one. It's 200 freestyle. And if he could challenge for a high points total, Dos Santos Arujo right up there at the top. You just see the blue cap.
He's had a great meet, hasn't he? World record in day 1. Great event yesterday. I was very lucky to present the medal to him yesterday. In the, I think, was it 100 metres, 50 metres backstroke? 50 metres
50 metres
backstroke.
backstroke
50 metres backstroke, he got a medal. But he's a great athlete to watch. And I think he's going to be one to watch definitely at World Championships this year in Manchester and the Paralympics next year. Because he's only young, 21. He it was his birthday on Thursday. So a youngster and great to see.
So we'll just get a note here, Ellie, just to say we're looking at this heat going, we've got a swim off.
Oh,
exciting.
A swim off. Love it.
2 different classifications. Well, I'm going to have to look at what time they did in the previous heats. Yeah. It's an S7 swimmer and an S13 swimmer in the swim-off. Oh, we love a swim-off.
Oh, we do.
We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, oh, this is going to be exciting. This will happen at the end of this morning's heats. But this heat 2, the lane number 0, S14, Hong Kong swimmer Samuel Choi, Ho Ben, swimming very, very well, leading the way. You can't see him on the live stream, but he's coming into the last turn, looking really, really good. Again, he doesn't have an entry time, so, but looking very, very good. Followed closely by lane 3, Wei Zong of China in the S4 category. Coming into the turn now, lane 1. Another Chinese athlete, S4, Wang Hongyin. And then over the opposite end of the pool, lane 8, Mohammed Shaikha from India, lane heat classification 5. And then Santos Aguero with the Brazilian, S2.
And here's the leader coming in now. It's Hobon Samuel Chu. 622 points to 11.61. Leaving the swimmers in the lower numerical classifications to fight it out in terms of the points. Just coming into that halfway stage. In lane number 4, it looks like it is Lokesh Kumar Gajendra. And lane number 2, finishing strongly, Alatwani from Iraq. We saw him earlier. He's only done the 200 this time.
He knows it's 4 lengths this time, not 500 metres. But yeah, finished very strongly there, didn't he? You could see sped his legs up. There was kicking, there was arm stroke. His arm stroke rate was very, very fast. But this time he did 4 lengths, sorry, not an extra 2.
622 is the target so far. And coming in now in lane number 3, Chong Wei, the S4 swimmer, coming into the final stages now, I think. Let's see the points total registering for him. 511 points, not quite enough. We'll turn our attention now to lane number 1, Yin Wen Hong. Yin Wen Hong, another S4 swimmer, coming home. Closest to us. Just appearing on the screen right at the top as the Chinese swimmer finishes there with 381. It's good tussle here in the middle of the pool. Joe Field, the youngster from Richmond Dale, against the Paralympic champion from Brazil with the blue cap. It is Gabriel dos Santos Araujo, the Brazilian, in the S2 classification. We'll keep an eye on the points total for the Brazilian right at the top there. And it is 876 points, 409.82 for the Paralympic champion from Brazil. He was beaten by the young man from Richmond Dale, Joe Field, who ended with 206 points, but 876, big target there. That's the faster, or the bigger points total, I should say, than the first heat. So 876 points that was. Bruno Becker da Silva, the other Brazilian S2 swimmer, finishes with 700 points.
Looks like, though, Joe Field, like you mentioned, knocked a massive chunk off his time there. Was entered in a 4:34.88 and just went 4:07.90. So that's a massive. Could hear his mum over there cheering away, shouting away. So she's going to be delighted about that. And it's always great to see. I always love these youngsters coming in and doing massive personal best and raising up to the game at these competitions.
And coming home, the final swimmer is Lokesh Kumar Gajendra from India in 5:19. So, the highest points total looks like it is from Dos Santos Araujo. Are we going to see him on the medal podium again? I think we might, you know.
Yeah.
Displays like that.
So just waiting for the official results now. Getting them all out of the pool.
So this is the final event of this morning's session, with the exception of the swim-off.
Yeah, I'm
for
excited
the 50
for
butterfly.
that. But we've got some great races coming up. We've got some great British athletes coming. Louis Lawler, Jordan Catchpole, Thomas Hamer, Jordan Kelman-Jones.
Yeah, well, still qualification time's up for grabs, of course. It's a tough qualification standard for the S14. 200 freestyle.
1:57.50 they're going to have to hit. So yeah, very, very strong. But don't know what's taking their time here.
Yeah, swimmers still exited in the water though, I think, Ellie. So that's maybe the hold up.
Oh,
Swimmers
yeah.
have to get out of the water. prior to the other heat starting. I'm just checking the times for this 50 butterfly. It's Niranjan Mukundan from India against Wong Jiwei from Singapore. I'll just check. That's a tie for 21st place there.
Oh, wow.
594 points. So, I'm just going to note that down. 34.47 the Indian did. Kunjan, as we go to the crowd.
I love that. Yeah, waving away. Oh, and she's, supporting. They've got the flags. British flag waving. It's great to see the support of these parents, family, siblings, friends. Oh, there was a disqualification there. Mohammed Shaikha from India, S5, disqualified. The highest points there goes to Santos from Brazil, S2, 876.
Yeah, 700 for his teammate as well in second position. And we go to the next heat, which is heat number 3. There is the lineup. Harvey Phillips, Great Britain in 0. Josiah Top from Germany. Andreas Ehrenhofer from Austria goes into Yan Qingzhu from China in 3. William Lake from Richmond-Dale in 4. Lyndon Longhorn in 5 from Great Britain. William Browning from Tadcaster in 6. Alan Kleber-Basilo from Brazil in 7. Josh Rinkma from Netherlands in 8. And Zachary Lacey from Seaclose in lane number 9. And we saw that great world record swim earlier this morning. Josiah Top from Germany. He's back in the water again in a longer distance this time.
Yes, he is. So the S3 swimmer got down here as 3:47.35, and the world record is the Chinese athlete Wenpan Hung in 3:09.04. So it might be just a bit off that, but he's broken a world record, so I'm sure he's got that behind him on his shoulders.
He does like the shorter distances, Josiah Top. His impairment there, you just see him going through the wall there, just doing that tumble turn there. He has some propulsion from his legs, not much at all from his arms. He had very, very small hands, Josiah Top. And he uses the propulsion, almost that fly kick, the whole way through the stroke there. So the sprint events really suit him pretty well. Out in front though, as you can see, Zachary Lacey, Seaclose in the outside lane, pressed by 3 swimmers inside of him, Rinkma, Basilo and Browning.
And you've got Harvey Phillips coming in, well, just now in lane 0. He's had a great meet. The youngster S4 swimmer. But as you can see on your stream in there, Zachary Lacey, S14 from Seaclose, down on a 3:02.57.
Seaclose, you know where that is, Ellie?
No, I don't. Do you?
No, I don't know.
No, I've not actually heard that club before. Normally,
well, you were going to be the expert. I said, oh yes, of course, I know where Seaclose is.
Yeah, no, sadly I don't. I'll do some research though after this heat to see where it is. But Seaclose, no. I'm guessing, using my good knowledge and understanding, it might be by the sea.
Or
close to the sea. Close to the sea. Seaclose is close. Oh, but he's coming in there. The last 50 metres, isn't he?
Alan Kleber-Basilo from Brazil, that yellow cap's going really well. 2 lanes down from Zachary Lacey. And that yellow cap, it's going to be a big points total for the Brazilian, I think.
Yeah, S4. Definitely chasing him on his tail. Beautiful stroke. Again, with his impairment, he's relying on his arm propulsion to get him through the water. And actually, I think he's going to be overtaking Zachary.
Oh.
So coming into that 5 metres, into the wall. Yes. 3:07.46. just nipped Zachary on a 3:08.69, followed by William Browning, from Tadcaster, 3:12.16. The Netherlands swimmer, Josh, on a 3:19.27, but Brazilian definitely leads in the point scoring there in a 679.
Lyndon Longhorn, good swim there from Lyndon, 3:20.48. I think that's inside his personal best, I think, Ellie. A British record again for Lyndon.
Yes, it is. It is. British record by 2 seconds. I just saw him putting his fist up. Very, very happy there.
555 points for Lyndon Longhorn. Wonder if that's going to be enough for another swim tonight. Well, we'll find out very shortly. Josiah Top finishing there, 5:90. Good swim from the German swimmer there. Just over the 4-minute mark there for Josiah Top. I'll be hoping for a time under that 4-minute mark. There's Zachary Lacey. Please let us know where C close is if you listen to us on the live stream. Sheffield 2023. Alan Kleber Basilo takes that one for Brazil. 679. Josiah Top in second place. Lyndon Longhorn, British record. Subject to ratification, of course, in third place with 3:20.48.
He's going to be delighted by that, isn't he?
Yes, he's had a couple of good swims this week, Lyndon.
Yeah. I'm sure his daughter's watching from home as well. Very proud of her dad.
So heat number 4, David Smetanine goes in 0. The experienced French swimmer, Eva Rocha from Portugal in 1. Zaid Khalil from Egypt in lane number 5. Liam Hardy from Oldham Aquatics in 3. Bjorn Iron from Hamilton in 4. Mustafa Al-Haini from Iraq in 5. Guan Jingsong from China in 6. Lucas Lee from Doncaster Darts in 7. Owen Johnston from Repton in 8. And Kai Gelsthorpe back in the water again from Ricknold.
As you can see. Some of them are starting in the water and some on the blocks. Again, they're different impairments. Means they enter the water in a different way. But lane 9 is going out very, very fast. The S10, Reichnold, Kai Gelsthorpe, and like you said, David Smetanine has been around for years and years, a legend of the sports. Again, probably gearing up for a home Paralympics next year, which is going to be very exciting. And I think actually he's on the French Paralympic organising committee for the games next year. I remember him in Tokyo chatting away to me about what my thoughts were of London were and what went well with those games. Again, to gain a bit of knowledge leading into for the Paralympic committee in France to get a great games next year.
Yeah, Smetanine. We'll come back to him in the closing stages here of this race, because the lower classification numbers are having their own kind of almost private battle in the lanes closest to us. But at the moment, Kai Gelsthorpe, as we saw in the previous heat, in the 400, I think it was, he was stretching away at the front of the field here. The S10 swimmer. There's an S10 swimmer inside him as well, Owen Johnson. Lucas Lee, the S14 swimmer, in lane number 7. Also in the middle lanes, Bjorn Iron going well from Hamilton in lane 4. And Mustafa Al-Haini, the Iraqi swimmer, back in again. Iraq having a busy morning here in these heats.
They are very much so. But coming in late to the turn there in lane 9, Kai Gelsthorpe turning in a 1:43.58, chasing that last 50 metres, wanting to get as close to his entry time or even better in his entry time of a 2:26.49. This last 25 metres now, there you can see him putting his feet in, putting that extra spark up, going into that last 25 metres, stroke rate going up, feet splashing away.
2:26 is his entry time. He's going to be inside that, I think, Ellie, as the clock just ticks over at 2:15-ish. 2:26 was the target, and he's finished in 2:19.64. He is followed home by Bjorn Iron in second position there. It's 550 points. Now, can turn our attention to the swimmers in lane 0 and 1 and 2. It's a good contest here between the two S5 swimmers who are just about to come into the picture here in lanes 1 and 2. Looks like Ivo Roca and Zayed Khalil. Here they come.
Got their own
stroke
little race.
for stroke.
They've got lane 6 as well there. The Chinese
Jinsong
S5.
Duran. Oh, all the S5s coming in together.
Yeah.
Well, very close indeed. 5.73 and 5.78 for Ruan. And can David Schmettenin challenge that time? Experienced Frenchman, twice a Paralympic champion in his 5 Paralympic Games. 625 he can. 625 for Schmettenin in that time of 3:12.78. 5 Paralympic Games David Schmettenin has gone to since Athens 2004, his first one. He would love to finish on his 6 games in his home nation, wouldn't he?
Yes, I'm sure he would. Home Paralympics, and to do 6 Paralympic Games. 5 is amazing. 6, wow. And a home games.
625 points. He's at the top of the leaderboard there as we move on to the next heat, which is heat number 5. There we have the lineup for this one. William Newton in 0 from City of Coventry. Darren Paradis Flores from Borough of Newham in 1. To Wee Song from Singapore in lane 2. It's Vijit Nukpon Pradit from Thailand in lane number 3. Matthew Scott from University of Aberdeen Performance in lane 4. Giorgio Oxby, we talked about him yesterday, he goes in lane 5. Julian Fulgraf from Germany in 6. Brett Bassett from City of Derby in 7. Jordan Menny from France in 8. And Jirachot Chuvong from Thailand goes in lane number 9.
I love that guy's goggles in lane 3. The Thailand swimmer. Pink goggles, rocking them very well. They're amazing.
He was just sitting right at the back of you
Was he?
earlier on, I think, Ellie.
Good. Good looking there, Paul.
Vijit Nukon Pradit in lane number 3. We might catch up with him later.
Yeah.
He's still here after the heats. Good start from Julian Fulgraf from Germany. Number of S14 swimmers in this one. There's 2 swimmers not in the S14 class, and that's Wei Sung To from Singapore in lane 2 and Darren Paradis Flores in lane number 1. So apart from that, it's S14 all the way.
And it is leading the way. Lane 6 from Germany. Nice, oh well, 4 of them actually. Lane 6, lane 7, lane 8 and lane 9 have got their own little race going on. But it looks like actually the Thailand swimmer, lane 9, edging over a bit closer there, coming into the last 5 metre mark into the turn. But they're all very much similar, turning all pretty much in a 103, all in a 103, 103.23 to a 103.50. Big race here. Who can get this last 100 metre mark? Who can nip it and who can come first of the heats? But yeah, all 4 of them having their own race.
Yeah, it looks like lane number 6, maybe still Fulgraf just edging it, the German swimmer. And he's holding off the challenge of the swimmers outside him. Brett Bassett from City of Derby, Jordan Menny from France, and Chiracot Chuvong. They go into this final turn. Might well be Brett Bassett just taking up the running here, with Fulgraf in 2nd position still, only by 0.1 of a second. This is going to be a great finish here. I wonder if they can get inside their entry times. They're looking for somewhere, well, 2:14 to 2:16. 2 swimmers going head to head at the front are 2:16 entry times, and that's Fulgraf and Bassett in 6 and 7. Fulgraf closest to us, Bassett further away. Bassett maybe with the edge, they increase the arm stroke into the wall. I think it's going to be Bassett will get it. Brett Bassett, oh, his time not coming up, but I think he got it, Ellie.
Yeah, no, it looked like he finished that arm and finished onto the wall and just ahead. But it was a great race, wasn't it? Really great race all the way, but that last 5 metres pipped him.
Yeah, they have been given a touch to Brett Bassett there. 212.56 against 212.84. 605 points for Fulgraf, 609 for Brett Bassett. It's not the top though. That goes to the swimmer from Singapore, To Wee Song, with 726 points. The Commonwealth Games medalist in the 50 freestyle.
But still leading the way in the point scorer. What I've got down is that Santos, the Brazilian S2, won at 876 points. So, but yeah, we've still got 3 more heats of this 200 meters to go.
There's a confirmation of the result here for heat number 5. Wee Sung To, 726 points, leads the way. Brett Bassett, just 4 points ahead of Julian Fulgraf. Great head-to-head tussle there at the front of the field. So next one is heat number 6. And again, a number of S14s in this one, apart from the 2 in the centre lane. So we have Tobias Klassen from Sweden in lane 0, Ryan Potter from Preston in lane 1, Angus Leckenby from Cleethorpes in 2, Tikai Brian Lau from Malaysia in lane number 3. In fact, no one in 1, so we'd have no Ryan Potter in 1, but in 4, the 2 S13 swimmers are Quentin Vieira and Thomas van Vanrooy, 2 swimmers with a visual impairment. We have Bram Dalman from Netherlands in 6, Emer Parmentier, Belgium in 7. We have Wachirwat Inchu from Thailand in 8, and Nathan McManus from Great Britain in lane number 9.
So Nathan McManus is in lane 9. He is the leading fastest entry time of a 206.18, and he's even though lane number 5 has turned first in a 27.55. So the S13 swimmer from the Netherlands is leading the way, looking beautiful stroke. Actually leading away by probably a body length here. Beautiful kick, length on the arms, breathing to the right all the time. Great swimming and great stroke.
Well, Van Vanrooy, a medalist at the Tokyo Paralympic Games in the individual medley. Followed that up at the World Championships last year with a few medals to his name as well. Silver and 2 bronzes. The backstroke and breaststroke and the individual medley very much his specialities. But Van Vanrooy, well, he's really stretching it away at the front of this field as he comes up to the last turn. Nathan McManus going well on the outside lane. And it does look like Van Vanrooy is going to lead them through here. A range of 3 swimmers there, all in a row. Bram Dalman, Parmentier and Wachitwaret Inchu in 6, 7 and 8. But it is going to be Thomas Van Vanrooy, another member of that Dutch team, encouraged by the Dutch staff on the pool side. Away and clear. Right at the top will be Nathan McManus in 2nd position. But here is Van Vanrooy into the closing stages now. Excellent time there, 2 minutes, 0.02 for him. Followed on by Nathan McManus. And the winner of the contest of the 3 swimmers side by side is Amic Parmentier, 650 points. So Van Vanrooy, 777. No one's going to challenge that now, Ellie.
No, it doesn't look like it is. And actually that from Nathan McManus, it looks like actually it's a PB. Personal best. So his PB before this was 206.18 and he's just gone 204.52. So brilliant swim from him to have a personal best in the heats. But yeah, leading the way in points there was Thomas Van
Vanrooy.
Yeah, Van Vanrooy with a 770. Oh, and there was a disqualification there by Ryan Potter.
Oh, there was no start. He didn't.
Oh yeah,
he
didn't start. Didn't.
Yeah, we talked about how you get disqualified in freestyle. Well, you don't show up. That's the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, don't turn
You
up.
want to go on for a false start. Walk on the bottom if you can reach it.
Yeah, touch the lane, rope.
James Hollis said he wasn't going to be able to touch the bottom.
So I'm with
You're
him
definitely
there. I'm definitely not being able to touch the bottom. I think this pool is 2 meters deep.
It's heat number 7 on the way. Jack Milne in lane 0. Genki Saito, the S13 swimmer, the only non-S14. He goes in lane 1. Rhea Rogers from Basildon in 2. Cameron Verncombe in 3 from Great Britain. Rhys Darby, Great Britain in 4. Ethan Yin Jong Koo from Malaysia in 5. Zhonglok Chun from Hong Kong in 6. Medina Cantinos from Argentina in 7. Joseph Greaves in 8 from Nova Centurion, and Honjin Wong from Hong Kong goes in lane number 9. Rhys Darby in the water again. Ellie, a great swim in the 200 metres individual medley to make that qualification standard a couple of days ago.
Yeah, no, he did. He hit that qualification time in the 200 individual medley. So in a way, he's got that pressure off his shoulders. He's going to go out there and swim as fast as he can. But leading the way here, the Argentinian Maiden Canconos, turning first there, followed by, well, it's actually not followed. They're all pretty much in a line. Lane 9, lane 7, lane 6, pretty much all coming up to this 100 metres mark. Yeah, turning all together pretty much.
Yeah, it does look like it's maybe the Hong Kong swimmer Cheung first to the wall there. Hong Kong got a good record. They had the Paralympic champion back in Rio in this S14 class in this very event. And Hong Kong, we're looking like they've got another prospect here. Cheung, he's heading Cancinos, and right out on the outside as well, the second Hong Kong swimmer is Wong Hon Yin. So it might be Hong Kong 1 and 2 going into this final turn.
Yeah, it is, definitely. This last 50 metres, he's kicking the legs. He's looking very, very strong, actually. Very, very strong in this last 25 metres now. And the crowd's actually going wild. There's a lot of screaming, a lot of cheering. Oh, and coming into this last 5 metres, lane 6.
And there he is. It is Chung taking it in 1:58.76. Great time, wasn't it? Wow,
very
excellent.
Way faster than his entry time of a 2:03.10, 1:58.76. He's the first S14 in these heats to go under the 2-minute mark, and that's great to see. And I'm sure the next heats coming up now, well, the last heat coming up now is going to be watching that and wanting to beat it.
And it's Hong Kong 1 and 2. It was Cheng first place, 847 points. Wong in second place, 786 points. Great swim there from the two Hong Kong swimmers. Medina Cantinos, 770 points. Rhys Darby, who had a great swim in the 200 metres individual medley the other day. He will take 4th place in that heat. And here's the lineup for the final heat. Big heat here for some of the swimmers here from Great Britain trying to make that qualification standard. Matsuda from Japan goes in 0. George Kelman-Johns from Great Britain in 1. Louis Lola, Great Britain in 2. Brutus de Oliveira from Brazil in 3. Kevin Secchi from Japan in 4. William Ellard in 5 from Great Britain. Dylan Broom in 6 from Great Britain. Jordan Catchpole from Great Britain in 7. Tom Hamer from Great Britain in 8. And Gabriel Bandeira from Brazil goes in lane number 8. Well, Bandeira, multi-medalist at the World Championships and at the Paralympic Games in the last couple of years. He is going to be tough to beat, but he's the world champion last year. But what about William Ellard? What can he do? What a blistering 100 freestyle he did the other day on day 1 of this competition, and he leads the field out on the first 50.
Yeah, he does. It's turned into 26.83, and these individuals, and especially the likes of Jordan Catchpole, Louis Lawler, are chasing this qualification time. They missed the qualification time in the 100 metres backstroke last night. The qualification time is 1:57.50. So, but William Ellard, wow, looking really, really impressive. Beautiful, beautiful stroke, lengthening his stroke, turning there first. He is racing. He's on par, beating the Paralympic champion, that Brazilian, in lane 9. But yeah, stunning swimming coming from lane 5.
Yeah, Ellard does lead Bandera. We know that Bandera is a very strong finisher in the outside lane in lane number 9. Inside William Ellard, Dylan Broom going well in lane number 6. Also Jordan Catchpole beginning to make a move now. Catchpole, I think, wants to claim that qualification standard, as you said. Ellie Ellard, though, is away, still clear. Catchpole in second place now. Bandera doesn't look like he's going to respond here in the outside lane, the Brazilian, but it is Catchpole now trying to come along par with William Ellard. Jordan Catchpole, 157.50 is the target for both of these swimmers at the front of the field. They're breathing towards each other. They're eyeball to eyeball into the finish now. And the times, 157.32. Ellard is inside. Catchpole is outside by 0.1 of a second. Oh, great effort from Jordan Catchpole, but he's missed that time. But the time that he had set there, the points total he's got, should mean, Ellie, he'll be back again for another swim this evening.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a bit disappointed. He looked like at the end of that last 100 metres, he changed that gear, stepped up a gear, and was going to go for that qualification time. And to be so close, but at least he knows he can do it. He's so close, but he's got another opportunity tonight to go out there and hit that qualification time. But William Ellard, wow. What a swim that was. From the 100 metres freestyle to back it up. He's only 17.
Great swim from William Ellard to dip under that qualification standard. And now we have the additional event which we're looking forward to. It's the 50 metres butterfly swim off. So the swimmers are at the top of the pool there. You can just see them, the far end of the pool. They are in lane number 4, Nurjan Mukundan from India, the S7 swimmer. And Wong Jiwei from Singapore, the S13 swimmer. So swimmer with a visual impairment, Zhe Wei Wong. He's in that white cap. Swimmer with a physical impairment, Mukundan, closest to us in that purple cap. Exciting, Ellie.
Oh yeah, this is a race head to head. Oh, no. Oh no, that might
be the end of the swim off.
Yeah. Oh, the nerves might have got the best of him here. Oh.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see what they say.
The decision of the officials are. Wonder if there's going to be anyone coming across to see the swimmer from India.
Oh no.
Well, I think we're okay.
Yeah, he gets another opportunity. Needs to refocus, get back in the zone. Another opportunity.
Well, you would expect the Singaporean swimmer to win this one in terms of time, but it's the points that count. We saw Zhe Wei Wong take 29.18. He was 5.5 seconds ahead of the Indian swimmer. So that is the gap we're kind of looking for. 5.5 seconds between the two as to who gets the highest points total. And the Singaporean going really well here. 29.18 he went in the qualification heats. And he's improved that to 28.91. Now what can Mukundan do? 610 points. And it is 603. Oh, it's very close indeed. Both the swimmers improved their qualification times, and it was a very tight contest indeed. But 610 points, and Zhe Wei Wong will take that place in the final. Well, that's the final action for this morning, Ellie. It's been a great session, hasn't it? World records early on in the session. Thanks very much for joining us. The two of us will be back tonight. It's the final session. Can we get more records? We certainly hope so. So please join us here, 5 o'clock UK time in Sheffield for the final session of day 3. Bye for now.
why Lebara gives you 15 gigabytes of 5G data and unlimited UK minutes and text for just £10 a month. Plus, no contract, change or cancel anytime.
An excellent customer service.
So, what's stopping you joining the bill-busting revolution? Lebara. More for less.